Hello and good evening. Welcome to our coverage of this year's American Cup. My name is Fiona Steilantony and I'm here with Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. And the players are also here already. Hammer, if the people in the chat, hello chat, didn't watch yesterday, what did they miss?
They missed a very gritty, long-winded game that didn't really lead to anything super interesting for the first, I would say, 3 hours. And then it absolutely exploded. Mistakes being made on both sides, both players low on time for critical decisions. Hikaru got a winning position, had some opportunities in an end game, but unfortunately he couldn't crack the code to decide the position in his favor. And Abimanyu managed to survive the game. We spoke to Hikaru afterwards, and he basically said that was his strategy from the get-go. Get a long game, have his opponent make a lot of decisions, and hope that the difference in strength would tell at some point. And well, the opportunity presented itself, but Hikaru wasn't good enough, being short on time to exploit it. And I think for today with the black pieces, we would like to see a similar setup, right? We would like to see a position that doesn't get clarified early on, and where Hikaru can push for a win in the long run.
That would be the dream. The main thing today is not to lose the classical game because it's a two-game match. So a loss today actually for any of the players in this tournament, because all games yesterday actually ended in draws, a loss for any player today would send them to the elimination bracket. It wouldn't eliminate them from the tournament since you need to lose twice before you go out. But yeah, a loss today would be pretty devastating. So let's see what Mishra, also what approach Mishra goes for with the white pieces. Will he be happy to play a slower game? Is he gonna go for the throat? We'll find out very shortly as the games should be about to begin. Hikaru looking very focused. Hopefully he recovered a little bit because he seemed very, very disappointed in the interview yesterday.
Yeah, but new day, new opportunities. I'm not super concerned. I guess one of my main concerns is that the tiebreaker, in case this ends up being a draw, the tiebreaker being Blitz games, that's the kind of thing that's hit and miss. You can very easily have a bad Blitz game. You just make a mistake. There's not a lot of time to think and make sure that you play perfectly. Yeah, I think Abimanyu would have better chances of winning a Blitz playoff than he has chances to win this classical game. I'm hoping he doesn't feel that way and that he wants to beat the number 2 ranked player in the world.
The encouraging thing is, I don't know how much Blitz Mishra plays, but his Blitz rating is 2492. His peak was 2634, but to be below 2500 is a bit unexpected, I would say, for a player of his strength. But wow, Hammer! We get not only a Sicilian, we get a hyper accelerated dragon.
Yeah, so clearly Hikaru, he wants to make something happen here in the classical game. So Hikaru potentially then subscribes to the theory that a Blitz playoff, even though he would be the favorite there, anything can happen when you're low on time. He wants to decide this in the classical game. And going for the Sicilian defense here on move 1, it's considered the most aggressive way to face the king's pawn opening. That is a promising start. That being said, this hyper accelerated dragon, what a name, but that is the 2G6 move. I think personally that this is a bit troublesome for black because of the response pawn to c3. which is what Abimanyu also has played. So I kind of like this for white, but I've done commentary here on this channel previously, and I've said that same thing, and it still worked out because Hikaru has shown previously that he has faith in Black's position here. He goes pawn to d5 pretty quickly, and wow, okay, I thought the big move here is to push this pawn forward and hope to show that this pawn will blockade Black's bishop and that Black's bishop is unable to really participate in the game. Instead, Mishra takes on d5, which is not super common. Hikaru takes back immediately. And the problem now for Hikaru is that he's had to bring his queen out very early in the game.
I am trying to remember. I think we were commentating together when Hikaru played this. Do you remember? Because someone in chat mentioned against Gukesh at the candidates. I don't think, well, I looked up that game. It wasn't that game. Do you remember which event or which?
I do not, but I remember it being something where Hikaru, it worked out for Hikaru. I feel like maybe it was like the World Cup, I want to say, with the black pieces against the round 2 opponent, some Ukrainian guy, maybe. I don't know.
What year was World Cup? 2023.
Yeah. Anyway, so pawn to d4 has been played. The relay is not correct because we can see this pawn on a dark square on the video. Hikaru then brings his bishop out. The bishop then pointing in towards that pawn in the center of the board, and knight to a3 from Mishra. And basically, Mishra is trying here to go bishop to c4 next. Basically, just bringing this bishop in to attack Black's queen. Hikaru makes the trade in the center, and now there's a pretty cool variation, which goes bishop to c4, attacking the queen. Queen can move to give a check on the white king, and here the move bishop to e3 I find pretty funny. The idea is that if that bishop is captured by the black pawn, there's a very nasty bishop sacrifice. The bishop comes in, check on the king. If the king moves away, the queen comes in as well. You force the king to capture the bishop, but after that, white knight, it comes in with an attack on the king and on the queen. So that's a pretty cool way to play for white. However,
Hammer, I just very quickly want to apologize to the chatter. It was indeed against Gukesh and the candidates that Hikaru played this. He's played a lot of games in this. Him and Magnus, the top dogs who have played this hyper accelerated dragon. Sorry, go ahead.
But after this, so what we're looking at, the current position on the board is this one. There's 2 possible moves for white: bring the knight forward or bring the bishop in. In both circumstances, you're trying to go after the queen in the center, because if you move the knight up, you're trying to get the knight into a fork on the king and on the queen. But in either case, for instance here, even though this trick is kind of impressive, Hikaru has good ways of responding to that trick, and he can easily get his king to safety soon thereafter. So I gotta say, not super impressed by Mishra so far, and the fact that he's taking his time here.
Knight a3 was actually a novelty, which is all very confusing. I mean,
no, you have the wrong position. You're following the relay.
oh, You are correct.
So knight to b5 was played, threatening a very nasty fork. So the queen has to be careful now. If the queen tries to give a check on the king, you can easily just intercept that check. And if black's pawn tries to continue their adventure, the knight comes in, check on the king, and then the queen checkmates. But now the relay is catching up with what actually happened, actually making that pawn move 2 steps forward. And what has happened after the knight progressed into black's half is that Hikaru prevents the knight from moving further on to that c7 square by going knight to a6. Threat averted in the first situation. And Mishra, he moves that knight for a third consecutive move, capturing the pawn in the center. And now Hikaru just very calmly develops his knight. And the pace with which Hikaru is playing indicates to me that he is definitely still in his preparation. And frankly, I think he can be reasonably happy with what's going on because he does have now an extra pawn in the center of the board, which should benefit him. Mishra still in his prep as well, though, because the bishop comes in, check on the king. The bishop intercepts that check, but now Mishra captures the knight on the edge of the board, and so he actually gave Hikaru a free developing move, but he's making the argument that now the bishop has moved away from covering the pawn on the edge of the board and both players castle.
Okay, so still a bunch of moves here. I don't see any more Hikaru game. There was one up until knight takes d4 from the Grand Swiss where Hikaru had played this against Raunak Sadvani. And what had actually in that game? Yeah, that had been a draw.
Yeah, maybe that's the World
game
Cup game I was remembering.
Yeah. So right now, still a bunch of games, 40-odd games, still a bunch of top players on the black side. I see Sindao.
And both players definitely in their preparation because they
Yeah.
are continuing at a very quick pace. So Mishra moves his rook out. The rook now pointing in against an undefended black pawn. Hikaru very quickly moves his rook over to defend that pawn. If Hikaru is allowed now to push his pawn 2 steps forward, that would allow him to kick White's knight out of the middle of the board. It would gain some control of the dark squares, which is needed in Black's position because the light squared control is fantastic on account of being the only player to have a light squared bishop. So Mishra needs to prevent that advance from happening. He plays knight forward in the center. Maybe this is part of the idea behind that bishop, give a check on the king, and then trade for the knight, that he wanted to lure Hikaru's bishop into the game in order to then potentially trade it off at a later stage. And well, if Hikaru wanted to keep this bishop, he would need to move it 1 step back, but the engines are not super fans of that move. Instead, Hikaru has he moved the rook a second time in a row, but essentially he's saying that the defense of the black pawn is no longer needed because the white knight moved to stand in the path of the rook, so the rook can no longer capture black's pawn. And Hikaru feels like he needs his rook to be able to recapture should the bishop be taken right now. It's very clear that Hikaru is still in his preparation.
Funnily enough, rook e8 was just a move that deviated from a game Mishra against random guy. So Mishra had played this all before, and in this position, most of the games had continued with rook a d8. And I was just wondering, rook a d8 looks a bit more natural, right? As you mentioned, the other rook had just moved. So why do you think he's using the e rook instead of the a rook?
I can only look at the chess engine, Fiona,
Mm.
and see what the chess engine is saying about this. It really likes the move queen to b3 here for white. The idea being that a trade between the queens would massively favor white, who then opens up for their rook along the edge of the board against two black pawns that cannot defend one another. Let's now see what happens if that queen move comes after the other rook moves to defend the bishop. Because now I suspect moving the queen up will lead to rook one step to the side and the rook can attack the queen. That's a big no on the eval bar. Does not recommend that.
Let's just show
However,
why, actually, because it might be a theme that might reoccur, right? If we place the rooks like this, there is this hole on c6 where the knight jumps in.
so after the queen trade, the knight can jump in. Let's try and get the right knight.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm struggling to understand which knight is right. Yeah, let's do this knight because then we can take this one and this one. If there's some trickery. And basically the knight is able to attack both rooks at the same time. So that is not advised. However, there's another move lighting up by the chess engines, bishop to e8. So the idea of using that other rook to move a second time is actually to give the bishop an ability to escape from the threat that white's knight has created.
Very interesting play by Hikaru, and very impressive preparation, as you said, we can see from the clock times. I mean, I've been clicking around a bit, chess space, this and that, but whenever I looked at the broadcast, I haven't seen Hikaru at the board basically since the game started.
It's very clear that Hikaru, he knows that Mishra has played this in the past. You said it yourself, Fiona. You found a game Abhimanyu played in this exact position before the rook move previously. And Hikaru knew about it. He found an improvement on Black's play, or rather, should I say, the chess engine found an improvement because this strange moving the rook a second time is the top choice of the Stockfish chess engine. But that's the good thing of having these tools, right? If you can predict the opening that your opponent is going to play, you can use chess engines and figure out what they advise to improve upon previously played game.
Do you think he saw that game? He must have, right?
Yeah.
And now, well, let's go back to the live position and take a look at what Mishra could be considering here. So we saw that queen b3 here doesn't have quite the same power as against the other rook. And okay, one question is the bishop on c1. Where do you see a future for that bishop? F4, e3? E3 is not good. That would hang
Well,
the
E3 probably
Yeah.
not. I mean, we can move this knight first before it's left unprotected. But on E3 and also the same for the D2 square, both of these central files, you have the rook and the queen pointing down. And you're probably not going to want to put your bishop in the way, intercepting their influence. And also, we have seen an idea that Hikaru can use where the bishop just retreats to avoid being traded for the white knight. So to me, I think it makes sense to make the trade. immediately. Just take out that black bishop before it runs away, essentially.
And I mean, I wanted to recapture with the rook, but I see the computer prefers with the queen. I thought if we take with the rook, we could build the legendary triple stack hammer.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised. Having put that rook there in the first place, I thought part of the plan would be to utilize that rook should a trade happen. But the engine seems to prefer the queen.
It's so
I
strange
can't.
because the black queen is also so nicely placed in the center.
Yeah, I'm struggling. I guess I'm not struggling anymore because I'm looking at the chess engine
Mhm.
recommendation, and basically it's saying if bishop to g5, then knight to d5. If queen to d3, then knight to d5. And if queen to e2, then knight to d5. So the idea behind using the queen to make this recapture is simply that you really want to get your knight placed on that d5 square on the next move. And you
Yeah,
feel like it's more important to have that square available for the knight than the queen.
it's all about freeing up those squares so far the last couple of moves in this game. Okay, let me ask you a general question. I saw a couple of people in chat who are a little bit worried about the doubled A pawns. How do you feel about them?
I felt better about them when Hikaru had the two bishops, which is part of the reason why I'm expecting Abimanyu to make this trade now. Because so the problem of these two pawns is that they can be exposed. They are difficult to protect. They cannot protect one another. But the advantage here can be that you have more open files for your rook to attack down against the white position. So it is a bit of a pro and con situation. But one of the pros of this is that white had to give away a bishop for a knight in order to make this pawn formation happen. And I'm a sucker for the bishops. I really like the two bishops working
But one of your
together.
bishops might drop off the board right now.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? That's
Mm.
why I feel like knight takes bishop is the critical move now, because that's the point of that would be in part to try and exploit the disadvantage of this pawn formation on the edge of the board. Whereas if the pawns remain on the board, but the bishop does as well. So let's imagine white bringing their bishop out. We save our bishop. And I don't know, something like this. I feel like I can even push this pawn up because I have the long distance protection from the bishop to help that pawn as it moves forward. And as the pawn moves forward as well, if they want to stop us from moving even further forward, they're going to have to play their own pawn up. But then the pressure we can exert on this open file becomes even more relevant because we've now created what's known as a backward pawn for this white b2 pawn. So I think it's a bit too soon to say whether this is going to be a problem or not. The pawns are a problem mostly no matter what,
Mm.
but they are a part of a greater consideration, which definitely involves how the rook can put pressure down against the white pawn, which is which is part of the benefit Hikaru has for this slight weakening of the pawn structure.
So would you be relieved to see Mishra not take? Would that warm your heart? Your
Yeah,
cold Norwegian heart, Hammer?
it's actually very warm in Norway now.
Really?
Yeah, no, they're talking about it being 20 degrees
What the heck?
soon. Yeah, no,
Are you
it's
telling me
wild.
it's colder there than... And hello to Fur9 Physics, who's saying, hello, Hammer, Madame Steil, and chat, which is funny because we also use Madame in Luxembourgish, and the only person I've ever heard, well, my grandmother would, my dad would always call his mom Madame Steil. So seeing that was pretty random. But yeah, good to see you all. A very interesting start to today's game. Hikaru once again getting that big time edge from the beginning, and I'm very curious to see Mishra's reaction here. Hammer, how's the weather forecast looking?
Yeah, no, 20 may have been an
Mm.
exaggeration, but you know, it's so sunny and it really
Yeah,
heats up in the sun.
yeah.
Um,
But the sun
and
is very treacherous. I stepped out today this morning. I saw it was so sunny. Wait, we had a move. He did not take. I can't yet identify what he did.
ooh, he's
Queen
stuck with the queen
B3.
b3. So this is interesting. We saw that if the other move rook had moved into the center of the board, then queen b3 was by far the top choice. And Mishra here is trying to just say, I'm going to play my same plan and not be bothered by the fact that you've executed your plan differently. So this is a very good move for white in this position with the other rook coming into the d8 square. Then queen b3 offers white an advantage, but with Hikaru having used the other rook instead, the whole point of using that other rook is that you have a lot more good options in this current circumstance. The top of which is bishop to e8. We talked about this, trying to preserve the bishop, and the chess engine already preferring Hikaru's position in that circumstance. And frankly, I don't see why it wouldn't. Hikaru has an extra pawn in the center of the board. He has the two bishops that can work together. And we talked about it, Fiona, how it's difficult for white to find a great placement for this bishop because the bishop is being blockaded by its own pawns in some circumstances. And well, basically, it only has one decent square to go to, but I'm not sure it's going to get to stay there without black putting some pressure against it anytime soon. So I think this is a fantastic development in the game for Hikaru, and I'm very unimpressed by Abimanyu's opening.
Tech Monster is asking, out of prep now? I mean, it would be a weird moment for Hikaru to be out of prep because assuming he has seen the Mishra game, I mean, if you look at Rook E8 instead of Rook A8, and you know that against the other move, Mishra played Queen B3, I think that normally you would also look at, okay, what do I do if he just does the same thing, right?
Yeah, but sometimes you just because the thing is the
It wasn't a
move
top
Mishra
computed
made,
move.
it wasn't in the top three choices.
Mm.
So sometimes you get blinded by the engine's evaluations and you forget the inherent logic
Mm.
of that. Oh, he played this move against that move. So maybe he will try to stick with that same plan. And you just ignore it because you know it's not on the recommended move list.
Also, let's not forget just how many lines these guys have to look at. So I think out of book maybe, but Hikaru will have looked at, these, he will have studied these positions. So it could be that he doesn't know what to do exactly. Well, I think we can be pretty certain that he doesn't know exactly what to do after Queen B3, otherwise he would have blitzed it.
I want to say, Fiona, I think in general, people sometimes overestimate how crazily prepared these players are.
Mm.
To be fair, sometimes I underestimate it as well. But I do feel like this is the kind of position where Hikaru, being the strong player he is, I could easily see him say like, um, I'm not scared of this. If this happens, I will figure it out at the board. I know about this moving the same rook twice in a row, and that is supposed to be good for black. And I don't need to know anything more than that because this position is just not scary for black, considering having the extra pawn in the center, having the bishop pair. He's just not very concerned in this kind of thing, which, as you mentioned, because there's so many tricky lines to prepare for a chess game, you're going to prioritize your time looking at the stuff you're scared of instead of this stuff. Even though Mishra has played this in the past, I would probably spend more time looking at things he hasn't played, but which I fear prior to the game.
And he does go with bishop e8. That is the move that you were recommending. Hold on to the bishop pair. The bishop pair is safe. Hammer is happy. There was an alternative. There was a question in the chat from Chaiton. Computer highlights a5. Why?
Well, a5 just tries to push the pawn further up. It's part of a long-term plan of trying to put some pressure on white's pawn on that side of the board, and try and kick the queen out of its positioning. We can definitely. It could be that we'll see this move later on in this game. But I think Hikaru just wants to prioritize first, avoiding a trade with the knight for the bishop. He wants to keep more pieces on the board. He wants to keep the imbalance of black having the two bishops because he wants to win this game and win the match and gain some classical rating and all of that good stuff. And also, I think he may want to go with a rook to c8 as well, because there are some ideas. We looked at it earlier where the white knights make their way into the c6 square. So he may want to just get this rook in here to control that square before he then pushes the pawn up. So I'm expecting the pawn push to come. I just don't think it's a priority at this stage.
I love this for Hikaru. I think he has more than equalized with black. He is a tiny bit better out of the opening. And he also has this time advantage. And on top of that, I don't know if it's similar to yesterday, but I feel it's not easy for white to play this. There are no automatic moves. There are no, patterns you can really rely on. So I think this has been a big success for Hikaru, absolutely all round. If you're white here, one first question that I would be wondering about is, do I want to trade queens? Am I happy for Hikaru to take me on b3, but not the other way around? How do you feel about that tension?
I think I wanna challenge one of the things you said. You said you think Hikaru is a little bit better here. I disagree. I think he's much better here.
Hammer the optimist. I love it.
Don't get used
Are you
to
sick?
it. Don't get used to it. But
do you need any help?
Well, it's the bishops. I love me some bishops. I think black's position has amazing long-term potential. The two bishops working together, controlling both the dark squares and the light squares. And also, we have this extra pawn in the center of the board. If you look at the two most central files on the board, black is the only one to have a pawn there. That is worth something. That means your ability to kick out these knights in the long term is very good. For instance, if a trade of queens happen now, we can take back with the knight, and then we can hope that in the future, we can push this pawn up and then the other pawn up, and we'll be able to utilize that extra pawn in the center of the board to kick away first one and then kick away another knight. And in a situation like this, if we manage to push those pawns without allowing a lot of the stuff that the computer was saying there, so we're gonna have to do it a bit more um, elegantly nuanced than what I just did with the pawns just to illustrate. But if we get a situation like this, the bishops and their long range ability, and in particular this bishop on the light squares, this bishop is just going to be a monster pointing against the light squared weaknesses in White's camp. So I'm really optimistic about this. Pawn to h3 played by Mishra. Super not impressed by that move. And I think Hikaru now also has an easy to play position because we're pretty clear on what he wants to do. He wants to go rook c8. He wants to push this a pawn to challenge the white queen. So his next couple of moves are going to be easy. The rook comes in, the pawn pushes up, and the pawn pushes up again. And these moves Hikaru can play without thinking, essentially.
Yeah, we saw Mishra Mishra didn't get up much from the board yesterday, but he is away now. He must be feeling a little pressure right now, don't you think?
Mishra?
Maybe more? Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you not feel that there's a possibility that he might feel like I probably got caught here with this other rook
Well,
and queen b3 or
so the thing is, what really annoys me in the world is that there are some people who play bad chess but are completely unfazed by their own bad chess. And that is somewhat of a superpower. To just be able to be like, yeah, this didn't work out great, but I'm not gonna let it affect my mood. Because
And
when
what
I
bothers you
play,
about it?
well, that I cannot do it
Oh,
mostly. Because when I feel like, oh my God, I'm making bad decisions, I'm playing poorly, I just, I psych myself out because of it. But some of these guys at a slightly higher level than mine, they are like, oh, I played a bad move, whatever. Let's just play on as if nothing has happened. And
But
I
you're a
feel
better
like,
player than Mishra, Hammer.
what?
You're a better player than Mishra.
I
You can take him.
your words, not mine. But I think I could take him. Yeah, I am higher rated by the lowest of margins.
Yeah, no, this is Hikaru is thinking. You think rook c8. Do you think Hikaru is wondering whether to start with a5 or rook c8? Do you think it's definitely gonna be one of those moves?
Yeah. No, I think Hikaru right now is mostly wondering how did I manage to get such a good position after 15 minutes of play.
Happy days.
Yeah, no, I think he's just happy at this point.
Is he looking at the... I was wondering if he was looking at the ceiling or if there was a screen there. Okay, while we wait for Hikaru to make a decision here, let's go and quickly take a look around what's been happening in the openings elsewhere, starting with Fabiano Caruana. That game yesterday was, I mean, almost more shocking what Fabi missed. It wasn't maybe like a straightforward, like, oh, this moment there was a miss. It was different than in Hikaru's game, but Fabi started the game by being 1 hour and 20 minutes up on the clock, where he was down to 10 minutes. Fabi had an hour 33, and he had a better position. Did he have an extra pawn as well, Hammer, at some point?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Most of the opening.
Yeah.
He
So
just grabbed a pawn in the opening, essentially.
that was what happened. But somehow Ray fought on, and he fought on so valiantly that he came close to winning the game in the end. Fabi was in some slight danger at some point. So that was a crazy game. Today, the times, at least for now, seem more balanced. Shall we very quickly see how we got here?
Well, I can already tell you how we got here. because I can tell by the pawn formation for
Yeah.
Fabiano that this has been the same opening that Hikaru played. This is the hyper accelerated dragon.
What are the chances of that happening?
Not very high, I would think. Oh, actually, technically, this is the accelerated dragon, but it's a very similar. So hyper accelerated, I guess, would be bringing this bishop out very early on. But instead, Fabi brought the knight out and then the bishop, and it became an accelerated dragon. We see that Ray did not use that same strategy that Mishra used, where he tried to use his pawns in the center. Instead, Ray has put knights on the squares where Mishra used pawns. And well, it actually looks like using the knights may have been better on this occasion. Ray getting his knights and bishops into the game at a very early stage. Fabiano doing some trickery with that pawn on the side of the board. Ray completely unfazed, allows it to just happen. And then Fabi goes on the other side, allowing his knight to be taken. But then the white queen leaves the knight in the center undefended. Ray just moves the queen back, attacks the knight. The knight captures the bishop. Ray takes back. And frankly, right now, I mean, I think Fabiano's position is already unpleasant because he has
Despite
a
the bishop pair.
despite the bishop pair, because he has a massive weakening of this b6 square. So I can see him having to go rook to a6 at some point in the near future, which I guess you can play. It just doesn't feel entirely right. And there's just a future where the white pieces, the knight and the bishop, can get very nicely placed squares in the center of the board.
Yeah,
So
Fabi is gonna have to strap in today because remember, any loss for any player and they are in the elimination bracket. Doesn't look like a fun position to play.
yeah, no, I really like this for Ray. Very surprised by Fabiano's opening choice.
Me
I mean,
too.
he literally he is in his preparation, right? He played so quickly. This has to be something he prepared. I just don't like the situation that has ensued. For instance, queen to d2 and bishop to h6 trying to trade off black's bishop pair. If you get into right now, the top recommended moves is pawn to d6 and then bishop to d7, allowing the trade of bishops to happen. And a position like this one is extremely unpleasant for black because this bishop, when there are 7 pawns for each player still on the board, the bishop doesn't have that much value because it often gets blocked by the enemy pawns or its own pawns, for that matter. And the white queen can be very nicely centrally placed. You can try and double the rooks on the queen side and put some pressure here along the edge of the board. This just looks very, very comfy for white. No risk of losing and plenty of chances to potentially win. So
I'm very
Abimanyu, I think,
surprised.
has had a bad opening, but so has Fabiano.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by Fabi's choice to play the hyper accelerated drag because usually Fabi is very solid with black, right? I barely remember Fabi doing anything reckless, and I'm not saying playing this is reckless, but it's a clear sign of like, okay, I want to fight, I want to. Do you think the choice was influenced by what happened yesterday? And he's like, okay, I'm just going for the kill today.
No, I don't think Fabi does that. Also, I don't
Mm,
think the accelerated dragon is a very going for the kill opening. I think if you're going for the kill, you're going to want to play Nydorf
mhm,
or like the Khan or the proper dragon.
mhm.
The accelerated dragon is more of a strategic opening. than some of their Sicilian cousins.
Interesting. I actually did not realize that. Mesh is saying, Fiona, I think it's because he has qualified for the candidates, so he's trying various stuff. I think maybe he would have tried stuff at the Kings tournament, but not. I think the American Cup is a tournament they all take very serious. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, that's my opinion, and I'm happy to accept that I could very likely be wrong. But I don't think this is a tournament that they're like, oh, could just experiment, you know. Or how do you feel, Hammer?
Well, experiment or not, I don't think he's going to be playing the accelerated dragon a lot moving forward, because this is going to be you can tell already from the fact that he spent over 10 minutes thinking on the current situation. He is not happy with how this worked out, and he's wondering, why did I even play this opening to begin with?
Meanwhile, just as I speak, Hikaru made a move, and it's neither of the moves we anticipated. Instead, he's gone for E6, sorry. That's not a move we had considered.
No, I guess there were some situations where a potential queen trade followed by the knight moving to c6 could attack both the rook and the pawn on e7. So what Hikaru is doing is safeguarding that pawn, which was undefended where it stood, and well, now it's not undefended. Engine really didn't like it for Hikaru. I don't think it's that big a deal. I'm surprised by how much the engine doesn't like it.
Well, let's look at that move, because I don't understand why knight df3 is the move that we are supposed to be so scared of.
No, it doesn't look like a very scary move, does it?
No.
I don't think we should be scared of this. I guess the engine just feels like white here is in time to get some of the placement of the pieces that they would like to achieve. So, for instance, if we now go rook c8 and push the pawn up, which we have talked about is black's plan for this, then I'm thinking bishop up here could be a nice move for Mishra. And now, if we just push our pawn mindlessly, following our plan, here we see a very clear disadvantage of having moved this pawn forward, because now the knight cannot move without losing the rook behind the knight, which means knight to g4 is coming up as a winning move for white on account of, well, there's a lot of pressure against the black knight. And if the black knight captures white, then they can capture the rook and then make the recapture of the knight. Where, in a weird twist, the move h3 actually ends up being quite useful.
Yeah, did not see that one coming.
I did not see that move being super useful, but here it actually has a point. So that means if the bishop lands on this g5 square, we are going to have to take a little bit of a timeout to kick the bishop back. In doing so, we expand the pawns in front of our own king, which maybe could be a bad thing, that our king is more vulnerable. And then we can return to this a5 plan. I don't know. It's a difficult position to assess, but I think the main thing is that we don't have to worry about the long-term safety of this pawn on the right side of the board, because anytime white tries to attack that pawn, we have the setup where our bishop just moved out of the way and does a very useful job of defending the pawn on the edge of the board. So that pawn is pretty safe, and as long as that pawn is safe, white is not going to be able to attack the other pawn either. So at least we got that going for us.
To be honest, I would be very surprised and very impressed if Mishra played knight df3.
It's not the most obvious move in the world. It feels like it would make more sense to prioritize the development of the bishop. And actually, considering we just talked about this bishop moving forward, maybe that's the move that makes the most sense, trying just to get that bishop into the game. However, and it's actually now being pointed out by Stockfish as well as the top choice for black here, then we could utilize this opportunity with the bishop pointing down on the rook to just say, well, I'll move the rook away from the bishop's scope, and then we have an entirely fine position, because we also did want to create some pressure down this b file anyway.
Yeah, so bishop g5, not something to be super worried about. Maybe bishop f4, another move he might be considering just to get the bishop out.
Yeah, potentially.
At least I'm looking at c8.
I guess the rook to c8 is not so necessary now, because we're less afraid of the knight coming into the c6 square, because that knight would no longer be attacking our undefended pawn. So here maybe we can go a5, and then we just get this a4 move in to get the harmonious bishop protects pawn. Pawn is aggressive to try and chase after the white pawns on the queen side situation.
Okay. Apart from those bishop moves and knight df3, I guess those are the main candidates. So is there anything else you can see?
No. White needs to get this bishop into the game in order to get the rook into the game as well. So it feels like moving the bishop forward to one of these two squares are very, very likely candidates for this position. It's also worth noting that it would be very beneficial for Hikaru to trade queens. However, Hikaru can never allow himself to trade with the white queen, because that would allow the rook to open up and point down against the pawns on the edge of the board. So
why would a trade be favorable? Let's say after e6, what if white takes?
Well, it's basically about, we have the two bishops, which is a long-term advantage, and going into an endgame ensures a long-term game. It would we have the extra pawn in the middle, and so we feel like we could potentially chase these knights away in the long term. And also we have a very easy way of putting pressure down this b file. So for instance, if the bishop were to try and get into the game now, I would think, yeah, we cannot go here immediately because of the fork, but maybe if we go with the other rook to control this square, and then we can get this other rook to point down here. And basically we want to set up this kind of position where both of the rooks are pointing down against the white pawns, and then we push the pawn on the edge of the board just all the way up to disrupt the white pawns defending one another, and white's position collapses in that case if we were to manage that. So
That is the
essentially
dream.
yeah, this is the dream. Get the two rooks working together, our knight in the center, the bishops working on the diagonals, and then as the final piece of the puzzle, just rush that pawn up the edge of the board.
The pièce de résistance. Meanwhile, we've had a move from Mishra. It was bishop f4.
Yeah, makes sense. Get that bishop into the game, wants to bring the rook in as well. And I guess we talked about this pawn to a5 move, which continues to make sense for me. That is part of our long-term plan anyway.
While we wait for Hikaru's reaction, let's continue our little tour. Check out what's going on in the third seeds game. Aronian, third seed by alphabetical order rather than rating, since he shares a rating with Wesley. So Levon, all the higher rated players, by the way, always start with white, so they're all playing black today. And what is going on here on the queen side? The a-pawn has made a run for it.
White's pawn made its way up the board. Aronian, sometimes you try and push your own pawn forward to make sure that the white pawn cannot advance so far. But here, Aronian has settled for a situation where he allowed the white pawn to get into black's half and then played the move pawn to b5 afterwards. The idea being that he just felt like he needed a bit more control of the light squares, considering that the two light squared bishops has traded against one another in this Italian opening, I can tell from the pawn formation. So going back to the start, the king pawn for the third game today that we've seen. It is played by Mishra and Ray Robson already. Sam Sevian follows suit. And the Italian game, when the bishop moves out here, 3 squares. And basically, it's a maneuvering game. Levon went for the trade between the bishops. He was successful in trading those bishops. But he waited to make the trade until white had pushed the pawn even further up on the queen side, because now he had the option of getting this pawn forward and attacking the knight. The knight, to be fair, moves towards the center of the board, so it feels to me like that knight improved its positioning. But at the same time, I feel like Levon is essentially saying, I don't want this queen side to be an area of the board where you feel like you're the only one who can do something. I'll have you know that I can move forward here as well and take control of some important squares.
Okay, so that is the situation. Hammer, you were talking about how everyone opened with the king's pawn. That is also the case in Lenier Dominguez's game against Wesley. So that was another Italian game. But a black rook has appeared on b1. I'm not sure I've seen this too often before in the Italian.
Yeah, somehow Wesley So has won a pawn. Let's zoom back. So also here, this Italian move, the bishop moving 3 steps. Wesley places his bishop more aggressively than Levon Aronian, who only played it 1 step forward. The benefit of this is that the bishop is better placed. The problem with this is that now it's easier for white to try and attack that bishop moving forward, either with the pawn on the side or the pawn through the center. Neither happens here, with Dominguez instead rushing the pawn up on the side of the board. The bishop hides out in the corner, but keeps that diagonal down towards the white king. Ooh, and this is where the action starts, Fiona. Pawn to b5. So Wesley plays this aggressive pawn advance, similarly to what Aronian did in his game. Although Aronian waited until the white pawn had advanced even further forward, here the white pawn could potentially capture blacks. However, there is a trap lurking here with if the bishop captures the black pawn, The black bishop will capture in, give a check on white's king, while simultaneously opening up between the rooks on the left side of the board. The rook takes out the rook, the bishop takes the knight. Right now, white got a bishop and a knight in trade for a rook. But yeah, the rook is just going to take another knight, which is going to make that calculation very, very different and very much in black's favor. So because of that, Dominguez decided not to touch this pawn and instead retreat. Wesley then just continued further forward. Potentially now a good placement for the knight is this a5 square to try and attack the bishop moving forward. But to prevent that, Dominguez pushed his own pawn there, which extends the scope of his rook. So now the white rook is protecting that square the black knight wanted to use. Wesley points down towards these white pieces on the queen side. The bishop moves away, tries to point in towards the black pawn, takes. Yeah, so Dominguez takes back with a pawn because he wanted to keep control of an important square in the center of the board. But this allowed Wesley to sacrifice his knight on the edge of the board, luring the white rook away from its positioning, which in turn means that the rook is no longer protecting the knight. And yeah, this is going to be a very fine position for Wesley, I would think. He is up a pawn. He does have to care about his rook currently under attack, but the rook just retreats. And now, in order to avoid being down a pawn for the long run, Dominguez is going to have to capture black's pawn on the edge of the board. But this will just lead to lots of trades and an early draw.
Very likely that's what's gonna happen. So we've seen all 4 games. Hikaru is still thinking after bishop f4, so it's time for our first break of the day. But before we go, Hammer, let's do a little prediction. How many playoffs are we gonna get in the open tournament, in your opinion?
3.
3, wow. Okay, I'm gonna go 2. We will find out what
I was
happens.
considering going 4.
4.
But then I
thought
was
you were so
thinking,
optimistic about Hikaru's position.
yeah, and that's why I went 3.
3. I also thought you were very optimistic about Ray, but maybe you think he is solid enough. He's good. He's good at chess.
Bobby probably can defend, but his position is unpleasant for sure.
It is unpleasant. We will see how it develops. For now, we're going to take our first short break of the day. Do not go anywhere. Enjoy the tunes, and we'll see you on the other side of this. Hello and welcome back to the American Cup 2025. Hikaru is currently in a match against Abhimanyu Mishra. This is game 2. Game 1 ended in a draw. If we see another draw, we'll go to playoff. That will happen today. But right now we're very far away from that. As Hammer, Hikaru sprung a little opening surprise, and you very much like the position he has gotten as a result.
Yeah, but I did think that part of the benefit of the position would be that his plans were pretty obvious and that he could play fairly quickly in this next phase of the game. And that hasn't really been what has happened at all. In fact, Hikaru is spending a tremendous amount of time on this move without the reasoning being entirely clear to me. Seems like he has a couple of easy moves to choose between, but the top computer choice here is actually pretty frisky, starting with moving the rook in to attack the queen, The queen moves back. The knight moves out to the edge, attacking the bishop, forcing the bishop back. But the point of moving the knight was to then use the pawn. The pawn attacks the knight. The knight moves back, but then you manage to. We talked about this pawn formation earlier, how this can be a really good way for black to utilize the fact that they have an extra central pawn to try and push the central knight back from the center of the board. And then the engine is saying, instead of moving the knight from the center, white can do a counterattack to trap the black knight on the edge of the board, and then, chaos ensues. So is this the kind of thing Hikaru is thinking about? He did end up playing pawn to a5 instead. So solid, easy move, just wanting to get that pawn forward. Very much part of black's obvious plan in this position.
Yeah, and I think it's very possible that Hikaru did spend a vast amount of the time he just spent thinking, looking at those crazy lines that you were just showing us. We were just scratching the surface there. No doubt Hikaru did a much deeper dive. But in the end, he landed on a5. If white made a pass move, let's say king h1, is the situation already very bad if a4 is allowed?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the position is mostly bad if black manages to trade the queens.
Mm-hmm.
But if the queens remain on the board, black's queen may struggle a little to find a good long-term placement, which could work out in white's favor. Because if the queens don't get traded, this queen is definitely going to be attacked by the white pieces at some point in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I still like Hikaru's position though. And I think now Mishra is going to find the computer's advocated move, knight to f3, simply because the white bishop on f4 is actually really, really bad. And it's kind of being blocked by its own pieces. No matter where it places itself on these diagonals, it's always going to be hitting one of the white pieces. And you could argue that it's protecting that piece, but we have bigger ambitions for a bishop. So moving back here with the intention of moving the bishop forward and start pointing in against the black pieces is a very, very good plan for Mishra on this occasion. And I would even go as far as to say it's a necessary plan, because the knight was well placed on this e5 square, but the knight has more good alternate squares than the bishop does, which is why the bishop has to be prioritized for the best square, and then the knight can jump around a little and find a decent backup square later on.
How are we supposed to react to this?
Well, I assume we go a4, right? Because that was our plan, just pushing that pawn. The queen will go back. And then... So the thing is, rook to c8 makes a ton of sense. Just activating the rook, put the rook on the same file where the white queen is. But then after bishop to e5, I don't see how we avoid trading the two bishops. Because preferably, I would like to avoid a trade between the two bishops, because I want to have the bishop pair.
Mm-hmm.
My two bishops working together.
But could we not have... Mm-hmm.
What were you saying?
I was wondering if instead of rook a c8, could we not have moved the bishop to f8?
Well, we'll get there when
We'll
we
get
get
to it,
there.
okay.
Let's do everything in a logical order. So here, I don't know how we avoid the trade of the bishops, because if we move the bishop away, we move away from the defense of the knight. And instead, if we move the knight, then we allow the trade of the bishops. So we end up in this situation where either we have to just keep our knight here for the rest of the game, but we'll always have this pressure in towards it, or we have to agree to a trade between the bishops. And this leads us to what you're saying, Fiona, right? Because if we realize that the bishop coming in here when the knight and bishop is placed as they are, that we cannot do anything about it, then maybe we need to deal with this situation now instead. You said bishop to f8. I would then be a bit skeptical about the bishop pointing in against the knight and the rook, because that kind of creates a similar predicament for us.
So you want to move the knight instead?
Yeah. So I would like to move the knight, and I have two squares for the knight. One is on the edge of the board, and one is in the middle of the board. So I want to move the knight in the middle of the board. The problem is that this knight has then intercepted the bishop's protection of the pawn on the edge of the board. And then if queen takes pawn, we make a fork on the knight and bishop. But the problem is, even though we made a fork to win the bishop, they have a fork to win the queen.
Stefan, yes, we're reading the chat. Every now and then we'll find something of interest there. Are you, Hammer, looking disgusted because of this fork or because of me saying that we both read chat?
Well, I just think, well, Stefan has been making the chat a bit uninteresting for the last, very big on his own rating to utilize his arguments to prove his case.
You see, Hammer reads the chat very
yeah,
carefully.
I do read the chat. Yeah. I'm keeping tabs.
Keeping tabs and keeping you all on your toes.
But just because I read it doesn't mean you want to be featured by me.
Hammer.
But yeah, so actually we can maybe, yeah, no, but here the problem is, Fiona, I'm starting to think, instead of pushing that pawn forward, maybe we could move the knight back first, but then the queens are up against one another, and we need the knight to be able to recapture should white go for the queen trade. So we're actually kind of one move away from coordinating our pieces in the way we would like, which is annoying. It's very annoying.
Wait, sorry, I got so sidetracked by the chat comment. Did we look at knight h5? What was the problem there? Instead of knight d7?
Yeah, no, we didn't. But I mean, do you really want to put your knight on the edge of the board?
I'll do whatever the computer tells me to do, Hammer. At least I'll ask about. I'll inquire.
Sure. I'm not too happy about this placement.
A4. Rook c8.
I guess I cannot go g4, right? Because if I want to kind of want to attack this knight, but there is the problem of that the queen can capture in the center, and the queen is immune from being recaptured, or if not immune, at the very least, it's not going to be a big deal if the queen is captured by the white pawn, seeing as how black will capture white's queen afterwards. And this is definitely in black's favor then. Okay, so maybe I may have made a mistake. Maybe I should move the bishop into the middle first, because then, Fiona, if you try to chase my bishop, then I go back, and now you have a problem of how to keep this e6 pawn protected.
And how to keep my knight safe, because
Yeah.
g4 might be coming.
The knight is way more likely to be trapped when there's a black pawn standing in the way of its retreat square. Yeah, so maybe actually Engine was also saying here I can go bishop c7 when I'm attacking the rook and the pawn.
So not f6, but instead a4.
A4, queen back.
Computer doesn't seem too bothered by the bishops coming off, but you think we're just losing a big chunk of what
I feel like that was a major part of why we liked black's position. But here the problem is if the bishop moves away, the knight is, I guess the knight is not trapped, but its future is a lot bleaker than it was with this white pawn controlling both of the forward facing opportunities that the knight has to offer. Yeah, not a huge fan of this. And if we go with the bishop out here, maybe, because then if g4, we can move forward, which would be nice.
This looks, I mean, white is not gonna do us the favor of playing g4 here, but that would have been nice.
If we now can get this pawn advance through the center to knock the knight out of its positioning, that would be a big success. So here, I suppose we're on to something. It's just that the engine really hates the position, which is giving some food for thought. So I guess one of the recommended moves is even moving this knight back. And what I'm realizing is that anytime we try to go pawn to f6, there is going to be this annoying bishop moves away to attack the rook while also opening up the attack against the pawn in the middle, which means before we go this f6 move, we're going to have to go rook c8 first. But on the other hand, if we do that, then the knight comes in, attacks the bishop. I don't know, this could be okay for black, right? Because if we do manage to push our pawns up, this would be fine. Let's imagine something like this. Pawn attacks bishop. Bishop moves back.
What are you doing, Hammer?
Apparently here we could even take this one.
Yeah, but on the previous move, you ignored that after c4. The queen isn't trapped, but why is c4?
No, why is this? Like, one of the recommended moves here is rook d1, which is absolutely wild. Oh, we're not even threatening to take the bishop because there's the double attack on the queen. That sucks. Yeah, so we're not even threatening the bishop in that case.
Yeah.
That's disappointing. Yeah, no, because if we do manage to get the bishop back, we would have a very nice position. So I think
we don't.
Yeah, well, so I think based on all the analysis we've done now, if Hikaru is able to push his pawns over to the dark squares in the center, and then utilizing his light squared bishop to control these light squares, then that the pawns then. So basically, look at how Hikaru has all his pawns here on the light squares. He has amazing light squared control, but he has terrible dark squared control, as emphasized by the fact that white has put everything in the center on a dark square. So if Hikaru can try to push his pawns to retake control of the dark squares, then he's going to be in a fantastic position. The problem is just that we haven't really been able to figure out how he can make that dark squared advance happen without, everything else collapsing.
What do you make of Mishra having spent a bunch of time here as well? I mean, you were saying that knight ef3 makes a lot of sense here, right? Earlier, the knight f3 retreat was a bit more mysterious, but now freeing up the e5 square for the bishop makes sense. Do you think it's a good sign that he's still thinking?
Yeah. But I also do think he's going to play the recommended move. I think if he doesn't retreat this and realizes that he wants to get his bishop in the center instead of the knight, then Hikaru has a very nice position. He needs to retreat the knight in order to make it more difficult for Hikaru.
Oh, he traded
to
queens.
Advance.
He traded queens. Surely that is fantastic news, no? Hammer! It's hammer time!
I mean, this is a terrible move. No, seriously, that's an awful move. In what universe do you think you can get away with that? So the only thing we've been saying is like, oh, a queen trade would be great for Hikaru. Getting a knight here to the center would be great for Hikaru. Moving the knight so that you can push the pawns afterwards would be great for Hikaru. That is seriously one of the worst moves I've seen a highly rated player make in a very, very long time. I mean, even worse than the blunders yesterday, because at least, blunders are difficult to calculate and so on. This is just a complete misunderstanding of what the position requires and how you. Yeah, so blunders are normally about having miscalculated something or missing some of the opponent's potential moves. Whereas this is a gigantic mistake by Mishra just on account of him not understanding the pitfalls of the ensuing position. That he and also now Hikaru gets such an easy moves to make going forward. Very, very big strategic mistake from Mishra.
And hammer, as soon as Hikaru came back to the board and saw queen takes d5, the jacket came off immediately. Coincidence? I think not.
Did you see any faces? I just don't see Hikaru being able to avoid making some faces for that.
I didn't actually see. I don't know if someone in chat saw more than we did. But yeah, what a development. And now, okay, after bishop g3, which was played quickly, do we continue with the a4? Do we play rook c8?
He's going to play rook c8 or a4. That's pretty much a given. The order in which it happens, I'm not sure it matters. I want to play this central rook to the c8 square. And that has to do with I want to take control of the c6 square to make sure that I don't get hit by any knights moving forward. But at the same time, I don't want to use this corner rook for that because I still want to have a rook pointing up against white's b2 pawn. So I don't want to organize my rooks like this. I would rather have the other rook move over. And then this rook, I'm going to have pointing here. And then have the two rooks work together on separate files. I did notice there, however, Fiona, that for a moment, the engines were unhappy about the white bishop pointing against the general direction of my rook. Wow, knight takes f7? That's a crazy move.
What is that about?
So basically, you sacrifice your knight and your bishop to capture one of the black rooks. And then you also get to capture a pawn in the center. And you basically make the argument that the white rooks putting pressure through the center are so powerful that they're worth more than a knight and a bishop. That is not obvious to me that
No.
they are worth more, but the engine seems very optimistic on White's behalf here.
Hikaru has played rook c8, by the way, but he did use the a rook. And maybe, I mean, maybe that does make sense if we saw that putting the rook on b8 was trickier than we thought in the near future.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just wondering, how am I ever now going to get a rook pointing down here? Because I don't see how I'm going to get this rook over here very easily. If it was a queen, it would be nice and simple. But getting the rook over there is not going to be easy. Because also now, if I move the rook up, there's still going to be the problem of getting into the bishop's diagonal.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. I am trying to think how to do it, but so far I have not come up with any solutions.
Maybe he's going for f6. So maybe Hikaru wants to try and push this pawn, force the knight back, and then he can push the next pawn. But then he always has to be concerned about the knight coming in here. You could see the eval bar was aggressively showcasing this pawn to c4, simply a pin from the rook on the black rook. It's still not entirely clear how Hikaru should organize his pieces, but it feels like he should be able to figure it out somehow in the long run. Why are we no longer talking about dark square control? We just took a little break, Sato. But let's get back to that discussion. Because as long as white has this amazing control of the dark squares, we're not going to be able to make a breakthrough. Hikaru, on the other hand, does have amazing control of the light squares. But if the opponent is controlling the dark squares and you're controlling the light squares, very often it will just end in a draw. So we need to keep a superiority on the light squares while also fighting back on the dark squares, which is easier said than done.
Okay, let's look at some more candidate moves for white here.
Well, rook d1 is, I'm not even sure we need to search any further.
I was wondering if I can ever somehow stop the a pawn, but I guess
You want to go
maybe-
a4?
yeah, surely not, right?
Maybe. At least it's something different. The question is, how do you deal with the immediate attack on the pawn?
Yeah, I mean, I can't play b3 because c3 is hanging. I mean, can I do anything at all?
Apparently, you can just wait with the idea that whenever black captures this pawn, the knight is going to have to move at some point, and then you have access to taking out the black pawns.
Yeah, this is not so terrible, actually.
It's very inhuman, though. I'm not
Are
discounting
you
it.
saying I'm playing like a machine hammer?
Something like that. I'm not discounting it. It feels interesting, precisely because of what we talked about. That white, similarly to how black needs to strike back at the dark squares, white needs to try and take control of some light squares. And pawn to a4 would do that because it expands the rook's control to the a4 square and increases the control of the b5 square. And it prevents black from pushing that pawn forward, which in turn would have black increasing. So it's a great move for controlling some light squares. It's just a very difficult move to make, considering that pawn is just going to be an instant target.
I agree with that assessment. Hammer, quick timeout for a question from the chat. AJ Witt wants to know, Hammer, are you completely retired or do you ever play competitively?
I do play sometimes, just not very well. I try to play the Norwegian Championship every year, which hasn't been going very well the last 3 years. Basically, well, the last 2 years have been disastrous. When after 4 or 5 rounds of the 9-round tournament, I've already been out of contention for medals, despite being the highest rated player in the field, which has been pretty depressing. But I've also played in some leagues. So, for instance, last weekend, I became, for the 3rd year running, the Swedish team championship champion.
You play for the enemy teams.
Well, let's just say that, in the Swedish league, there are more Swedes playing. And, I find beating Swedes to be easy.
Okay, you got me there. You win this round. You win this round, Hammer. Okay, well, we answered that question. Let's have a quick look at Fabi. What is going on there as Mishra is still thinking about his next move?
We have had a trade of the bishops, so Fabiano no longer has the bishop pair. Ray has established his knight inside black's half of the board. That knight can be taken out at any moment, but in doing so, you will open up for the white rooks to potentially attack down through the center. So what Fabi's maybe going to try to do is move the bishop back and then push the pawn up and then capture the knight. Because now if you take back with the pawn, there's no more attack down this e-file because the pawn has made its way to a position where it's protected by 2 other pawns. So any pressure down here is not going to be very valuable compared to the backward pawn, which it's called if it's unable to move further forward and behind all the other adjacent pawns. But in that case, Ray would take back with the queen, and then Ray could try and mount up pressure against a different black pawn.
And
so,
look at that, Hammer. Ray is actually up on the clock today.
Yeah, well, that's how you know something has gone wrong in the opening. That is not a normal thing against Ray Robson.
Yeah, long suffering ahead here for Fabi today. Let's move on to Levon. There's another interesting question for us in the chat, Mr. One Away. Thank you. Glad you liked the story. And he has a question. Who had the largest impacts on your chess journey? Do you have someone?
He's asking you.
I think the question was for both, but for me, the answer is very clear. It's Grandmaster Vlastimil Jansa. He was the Luxembourgish national coach when I started playing. He was my coach from when I was 10 to 18, roughly. And I think that pretty much everything I know I learned from him. So he was clearly the biggest influence on me. And you?
Well, for me, it's going to be a certain Mr. Carlson. We grew up together. We went to high school together. We've looked at chess together. He's been an inspiration, but also just you're more likely to check out the games of your friends and people you interact with in daily life. And studying Magnus's games was quite a useful way to improve. And also, it was disarming to
Mm-hmm.
see how badly the world's elite played against Magnus. Because, Magnus was everyday life for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then to see him actually beat some of the stars I had, only heard of,
Mm-hmm.
it made those stars look kind of beatable. It took away some of the respect and the fear of the best players and made it seem like no, you can become the best in the world because Magnus is doing it and he's not making it look very difficult.
That's very, very interesting. I had never thought of it that way, but yeah, very, very interesting response. And Hammer, in this game, well, Ray is pressing. Shall we go to Sam Sevian against Levon Aronian?
Yeah, Sam has just offered a trade of queens, which to me it seems like Levon should just accept. I don't see anything wrong in making that queen trade, and then afterward pushing the pawn up through the center. Um, Interesting position. White is going to be left here with doubled pawns, but maybe you can put some pressure on this pawn on the side of the board in the long term. I guess here white goes something like g3, king g2. You're going to have the trade to open up for the rook through the center. And then the bishop maybe wants to join, but the bishop cannot join because then you leave the pawn undefended on the edge of the board. So maybe you have to push this pawn instead. They're going into an end game, but it's definitely an end game, not an end game where the result is obvious. This
Mm-hmm.
is very clearly a position that can be won for both sides. Although I would say it looks quite a bit better for white here, for instance. White sacrificed a pawn, but this bishop remains passive because it always has to protect its buddy. The knight has to protect the pawn here, but if the knight tries to be relieved of that duty, you're going to have the rook come in, and here the knight is under attack. The knight has to retreat, and then the rook comes in. Yeah, it could be potentially problematic for black in the long term. White has that long term advantage of the more advanced pawn. And if you then can eliminate the black pawn, the white pawn can be super, super dangerous. In the meantime, we have had a result here. And Dominguez and So they've already made a draw actually.
So that match is going to playoff. I just want to take one moment before we talk about the players to say hello to Archie and Goldie who are just tuning in. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great time here. And yeah, this match is going to playoff. I think the schedule says that the playoffs will start in 2 hours and 45 plus the 30-minute delay. So if I'm not wrong, the playoffs will start 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. So quite a long wait for these players, which they
Wait,
might be happy. Yeah.
so it's not starting after everyone is done, but it is starting at a later stage?
That's what the regulations say, but I will message Leonard to see if I can get confirmation.
Okay. In the meantime, I
It
guess.
would make sense though, right? That they don't play Blitz now while other players are playing.
Yeah, but then it's
important.
strange to put a specific time before you know if there's a 200 move game.
Yeah, but you always have to put some kind of time. Yeah, otherwise the players have no idea at all. Like if I mean, a 200 game happens very rarely, and if it happens, the players will be informed. I still think it makes more time to announce a time.
Fair
But
enough.
11, I mean, Hikaru yesterday played very, I mean, that's 11 European time that I'm talking about. But Hikaru was still, or maybe had barely finished, and his game was long, but it wasn't a marathon game. So yeah, we'll see. But I think roughly three hours and a bit from now, we'll get the
I'm just
deadline.
gonna stop by Atusa's game
Yeah,
as well.
let's do it.
Irina had a crushing attacking victory yesterday to take the lead in this match. But now Atusa has an extra pawn. Unfortunately, that is also the only good news we can give because Irina's latest move has given her an exclam. She's trying to undermine the one white pawn that had some dark squared control. Atusa wants to avoid a trade happening, opening up the position for black's pieces. But in doing so, she has also given up control of this d4 square. Engine really likes Irina's position, but if Atusa could get her knight to the d5 square, her position will be very, very much okay. So right now, I think it's going to be a race about who can get their knights in position the sooner. I think it's very important for Irina to play this bishop over to the g4 square ASAP. Because if she tries to delay that move for Atusa, it would be a big, big deal if she could push her pawn in front of her king, take control of that g4 square, because this bishop moves on the light squares. The square in question that black wants to use is a dark square. In order for a light squared bishop to fight for control of a dark square on the board, it has to trade for a defensive knight, because a knight controlling a dark square will always be placed on a light square. So in order for this bishop to be a contributor in the fight for the d4 square, Crush needs to go bishop to g4, and yeah, she did.
Yeah, I mean, Irina wasn't born yesterday. She is the USA's only grandmaster for now. I think there's a big bounty out, right? 100K to the next 3 or 5, something like that. So I'm sure the players will all be motivated. But anyway, we've had some developments in Hikaru's game. Let's go back there.
And Hikaru with the oh, I shouldn't have clicked there. Let me see if I can get back. Yeah. Yeah, so we had this position where I thought it was an absolutely awful decision by Mishra to make the queen trade. And afterwards, Hikaru brought his rook in from the corner of the board. Mishra, rook to e2. Not entirely clear to me what he's trying to achieve with that. Maybe he's just trying to pile on the pressure against this e6 pawn, because the more pressure he has against that pawn, the more difficult it will be for Hikaru to gradually push both of his pawns forward. Hikaru goes pawn to a4, threatening pawn to a3. So if that pawn is allowed to push further forward, it will disrupt one of white's pawns, which in turn will remove the defender of the c3 pawn. And then, yeah, black's position is just very, very good. Having active pieces, giving white the doubled a pawns instead of black. And yeah, that would bring the win. So pawn to a3 was an absolute necessity from Mishra to avoid that pawn pushing further up on the edge of the board. Knight to b6 makes sense to me. The knight potentially wanting to go to the c4 square in the future. Also gives space for the rook to involve itself via the d5 square. The rook's doubled, so we see the strategies just put as much pressure towards the e6 pawn as possible.
But what are you gonna do on e6? Are you just gonna sack, or I mean, what's the idea in behind putting? Oh, it's to stop.
I guess you're
the
just
fight again.
moving the knight, no? Ah, well, I was thinking the knight can just move in here to attack both the bishop and the rook, but at the same time, I think I've underestimated. I don't have to be as worried anymore about losing the bishop pair, because here this pawn formation will knock both the black knight and the the white knight and the white bishop out of the game. And I'm going to be able to get my knight up to the c4 square afterwards, where it will be amazingly placed. Yeah, so you're making a good point. What if Hikaru now just goes for this?
The Chaitan is saying f6, knight takes e6 is interesting. So we have to take on the
I mean, I was taught that two pieces are more valuable than a rook. But I guess desperate times for Mishra requires desperate measures. So we take their knight, they take our rook, and we take knight number 2. They managed to get 2 pawns and the rook in trade for a bishop and a knight.
However,
it's very important we avoid the trade of bishops, because if we trade the bishops here, we're going to struggle to regain that dark squared control later on. And it's also going to make it a lot easier for the rooks to get access squares inside our half. Whereas when we move the bishop back, the bishop is taking control of some squares the rook potentially could be utilizing otherwise. I don't know. This still looks pretty good for Hikaru. It's all about that getting that knight to c4 is such a big deal, because the pressure against the b2 pawn is going to be so annoying for white to have to deal with.
let's go back to the live position.
Yeah, because this could very well happen.
Yeah.
Hikaru is sitting there thinking about this now. And I think something Hikaru has to consider is, if he doesn't do this now, will he ever get the chance again? Because Mishra could have here played the knight back, which does allow Hikaru to push his knight forward. But the thing is, if Mishra has 2 rooks and a knight all pointed in against this pawn, in what universe are we going to be able to push the other pawn forward in order to push the next pawn to the e5 square? Ooh, but here, look at this recommendation. Rook d7. Earlier,
And
I did
finally,
mention.
you're getting your wish.
Yeah, I did mention that it's a
Yeah.
bit awkward. How do we manage to attack the pawn on b2 using that rook on the open file? But here we're actually getting it.
I mean, this looks
Yeah,
very
no,
close
this
to
is yeah,
crushing. Huh?
yeah, this is the attack against the b2 pawn will just overtake white's defenses. White is going to have to focus on that pawn, and that's going to give us the opportunity we need to push through the center.
So what do you think?
Big decision for Hikaru. I'm expecting Hikaru to spend a lot of time here.
Then we can. Oh,
It's very difficult to assess how the position is, or rather whether it's winning after that, taking both of white's knights in return for a rook and 2 pawns.
Hammer, what's the difference now between us and St. Louis? 6 hours, right?
Yeah.
So it's scheduled for 16:30 if no classical games are in progress. But 16:30 would still mean, with the delay, 17, so 11 p.m. our time, right?
Yes.
So yeah, nothing will start before that. And nothing will start while any classical games are in progress.
That seems
Yeah,
fair.
reasonable.
He's not looking at the pawn, says Liam. Isn't he? He is looking towards the left side of the board, no? And he is making some very, very big faces, which to me suggests big decision time.
He smells something. What does he smell? Is it the sweet, sweet smell of victory, Hammer?
Or
Or
I'm curious how you're gonna follow that up.
no, nothing. Just or or I was curious what you think he might be smelling. Okay, let's move on from here. Okay,
No, take some
so no,
responsibility.
but
Have some.
I think it's a reasonable thing to say. Do you think it's the reasonable? I often end a question with or, even if I understand what you're saying. If I say or, I should give you an alternative.
No, I'm just saying that
Is it
if
the
you want
sweet
to
smell of
make.
victory or is it tonight's dinner? Is it that lovely American hot dog?
No, I
Is
would
it another
rather.
playing hall and the player who pooped his pants? What is it he's smelling? You tell me, Hammer.
How do you know he's smelling anything? I'm just saying if you want to make a weird a weird analogy or whatever, you take some responsibility and you finish it yourself instead of just throwing it at me.
Hammer, I just came up when you said whatever. I came up with a great new song. Whatever, however, we're meant to be together.
It sounds very similar to me, to something I've heard before.
It's
I
whenever.
think you might get copyrighted on that.
No, it's a Shakira song, but I replaced whenever, wherever with
Now you're
however.
even admitting to your copyright infringements.
It's a joke. It's a pun. It's a pun.
I'm not sure that's how a pun works.
Well, it's a wordplay, right? A pun is a wordplay. I replaced whatever with however. Come on, chat, back me up here. This is not a battle I'm willing to lose.
Uh, I feel like you're disgracing Shakira's name with this pun.
It was unbackable. That's harsh.
But true. So what are we thinking about this pawn move? Doesn't really do anything, does it?
It takes away. No, we're already controlling b5.
Is Hikaru going to give away his bishop? Is he preparing bishop to b5?
I am worried I am currently not seeing another idea behind.
Maybe it's a good idea. Because, I mean, obviously, if that bishop comes in attacking your rook, you're going to have to take it. But then there's no white knight controlling the center of the board, allowing the black rook to have a pretty clear control of that. It doesn't really help our pawn pushing forward in the center plan, though. In fact, the pawn pushing forward in the center plan, it might get, a bit worse on account of trading off one of the pieces that were supposed to still control the light squares. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe we are still just doing this. It would be very nice to push those pawns a bit forward.
Plunk the knight on c4. But then
That's going to be a fantastic placement for that knight.
I can see that this position looks fantastic, but what I don't see is how do I break through eventually? So I put the knight on c4, I try and double rooks on the
No, but
d5.
why do you have to kind of you're thinking about the sorrows too soon. I think no,
You're accusing me of being too pessimistic.
Yeah.
We've seen it all now.
Now that you mention it, it is a bit weird. But I also do think it's true that sometimes you just
I can't enjoy the good things in life. I always need to see a breakthrough. You're saying that the position will just basically play itself.
Well, especially at this time control.
Yeah.
So the thing about the fact that they don't get any extra time on move 40, it means that as long as you have like some long-term advantages, don't stress out too much about figuring how you're going to make the breakthrough, because at some point the other guy is going to have 5 minutes left and then you can start thinking about it. But worrying about it before that just doesn't make sense.
I'm not worried. I think what I was trying to get at is this position. I can see that it's beautiful, but is it enough to win? I think is what I was getting at.
Yeah, but that's a commentator's thing, right?
Yeah, that's why I was asking you.
Wow.
Our star commentator, please answer all my questions. You know what, Hammer? I think it's time for a break.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, guys, we are gonna, have a glass of water, cool off. I'll go back to being my optimistic self.
I'll go back to being my pessimistic self.
And we'll be back after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the American Cup. Hikaru is playing black against Abhimanyu Mishra. We left off here after a6, and there has been a response from Abhimanyu f4.
Yeah, a good move from him, because we have been talking a lot about what if we could progress our pawns through the center of the board. Pawn to f4 is basically taking that plan out of commission. Any sort of attempt to advance our pawns now, and we will not be able to continue further forward afterwards, after which the white, everything white has lined up against our e6 pawn will be a problem. So that really takes the sting out of our plan A. Hikaru has created a plan B with this bishop to b5 move, going for the trade between the bishop and the knight. However, after that trade, the pawn to f4 did more than just prevent our pawn push through the center of the board. It also vacated the f2 square for the white bishop to move there and put pressure against the black knight, which is really annoying, because if it was our turn here, we could potentially capture the knight and move our knight into white's half of the board. But with the bishop moving back, attacking our knight, we don't want that knight to be captured. But if we move it forward, it will be captured by the white knight. If we try to take out the white knight first and then move the other one up, then the bishop will take the knight and attack the rook. And here the attack against the rook and attack against the bishop at the same time means that black is not going to win this game.
I guess one of the
So
questions in that line, though, after knight c4, even though if the knights come up, do we still have any chances here? Or you think very, very little?
very little. Yeah. I suppose there's some chances. You would have to try and break down this f4 pawn in order to advance your pawns through the center. So you would probably have to do something like h6, try and go g5 afterwards.
But white is very
Yeah, no, the
solid,
white
right?
king just gets in, right? The white king's there to keep the pawn protected. All of white's pawns are on the dark squares, which is the same color as the bishop, which is, not great for white. But at the same time, having the pawns on the same color as the bishop means that you're probably going to be able to defend the pawns pretty well if needed.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like it's gonna be enough here. By the way, Stefan is letting us know that another draw has been agreed. I don't know in which of the games. It is Ray Robson against
Wow,
Fabi. Did not expect that.
that is shocking to me. Ray just decided to move up and down with his rook on the edge of the board. I mean, maybe Fabi had a decent defensive formation. He was just going to sit there and wait. He wasn't going to do anything drastic. But if your opponent is just going to sit there and wait, I mean, it's got to be tempting to just advance all your pawns against the opponent's king and see what happens. No?
I'm shocked by this decision by Ray. I cannot understand it. He had a good position. Times were even. If Fabi had 50 minutes and Ray had 15 or something, then I would be more understanding. But here, I mean, to just repeat moves here and say I'd rather play 2 Blitz games against you than play this position on is a decision that I cannot understand.
I mean, Fabi doesn't have the greatest reputation as a blitz player,
No, but Ray always has 10 seconds after 5 moves. So.
which normally is not great for winning games.
Yeah, no, well, we'll see, if you do
At least he can't be down an hour in a blitz game.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, very strange decision. I feel like everything, also momentum was really on Ray's side, right? Because he survived yesterday, he put pressure on Fabi yesterday, and today with White, like he I don't know if outplayed is the right word, but he in the opening got the better of Fabi and he held on to that edge until now. And to just then throw it all away seems a bit of a pity, but let's see what happens in the Blitz. That means only 2 games remain. They will have to both end decisively for me to get my prediction right. I don't think that's looking too likely. Let's have a very quick look at Sabian against Aronian, the only other game remaining besides Hikaru.
So the trade between the queens that I advocated did happen, and then the pawn push through the center.
Hmm.
Sevian tried to get his knight back into the center of the board, and I really, really like Aronyan's move here because we talked about how this bishop is unable to participate in the game because it always has to protect the pawn on h6, which has this constant pressure from White's bishop. But with the knight having retreated, the knight can no longer push forward, which means pawn to g5 gives up the pawn's control of the f5 square, but blocks this bishop's potential, and basically just shuts down a lot of the squares that both the knight and the bishop wanted to make use of. Sevian got his bishop into the game, but that got hit by an exclam, the pawn push through the center. If the bishop retreats, then you can just make the trade, opening up for the rook to get in as well. Instead, the pawns were traded in the middle, but this meant that the white pawn that controlled the b4 square is no longer present. And Aronyan takes advantage of that fact, pushing his knight into enemy territory, making that threat on the d3 pawn. And the only way to save this pawn right now is by capturing the black knight, but that allows the bishop to come in with the pawn pushing forward behind the bishop as well. And these pawns progressing forward could be dangerous for Sevian to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's funny. Before you made the c5 move, I was thinking, I actually really like this. For white, I was thinking I can see myself playing knight e5, knight c6. I thought this knight is gonna dominate the bishop surely, but c5 quickly stunted my plans, and suddenly I'm not as enamored with the knight versus bishop as I was before. Yeah, Sam will have to keep an eye on those pawns rolling forward. But meanwhile, we've had moves in Hikaru's game. Yeah, a6, another weakness there. And also the time situation. I'd completely missed it. Sevian down by half an hour.
So
So,
Arangan could win this with the black pieces.
mhm.
And if then Hikaru wins as well, your prediction of only two playoffs is still in play.
I also think we could both get it wrong and we could get 4 playoffs.
Yeah,
So
no, but
let's.
that's what I said. Because
Yeah.
I was contemplating whether I wanted to say 3 or 4,
Mm,
and then I ended up saying
mm.
3 because I really liked Hikaru's position.
Speaking of liking, I like the fact that Hikaru didn't play bishop b5 because I think it would just simplify a bit too much, and we'd have like a little bit, from in my opinion, a few too few chances to create something is what I'm trying to say. So instead, Hikaru played knight to d5.
So basically, what he's doing with this is that by attacking the f4 pawn, he's making sure that the white bishop has to stay here and defend and can't do something more useful. And he may even use his bishop to further attack
We're
that pawn.
also opening up the b file. I can't play rook b8 in the near future because I'm always running into this knight c6 fork. But is there any better way? I mean, I would love to use this d file. Still hard to see how to. Can I play rook c7 to try and play rook b7 next?
Yeah, I'll buy that. You can even go rook d6, rook
Yeah, that's
b6.
also. Okay, there are some ways. It's not as tricky as it was before to get to that
Yeah,
that
because
b
now
file.
there's no bishop to consider here with the
Yeah.
white pawn blocking the bishop's diagonal.
Interesting question in the chat right now from Inceptions. Sack the knight on c3? Let's say king h1 for argument's sake. Is that a sacrifice we can ever consider?
Maybe we can consider it just on account of attacking two things at once. I guess technically 3 things. But so what I will say is that this pawn on b2 doesn't have the value of a full pawn. To be fair, it is the only thing holding white's position together at the moment, because it's defending the other ones. But it is so bad, considering it cannot move forward without being en passant. It cannot move forward because, well, then it would give up the protection of all these other things. It's just that in an endgame in the future, well, the classic thinking is that this one pawn is holding up both of white's pawns. I guess technically that doesn't really have that big significance now, seeing as how we have another useless pawn behind the good one up first. But I just don't think this is not a pawn structure that you want to sacrifice against. This is a pawn structure where you feel like you deserve to win it without consequence afterwards.
But wait, Hammer, because Mishra just played bishop h2, and if we go back one move, where I had suggested just king h1 for argument's sake, and then knight c3, pawn takes, rook takes, the move there was bishop f2, which now is not a thing any longer after Mishra played bishop h2. So out of curiosity, let's see, does it
Well,
change?
let's just say now we're not going to be attacking the bishop, though.
Oh, we're not going to be attacking it. Okay.
Which,
okay, you're right.
Which massively increases white's choice
I got
in
carried
that
away.
circumstance.
I did get carried away.
But I think the reason he retreated his bishop is because he wants to be able to go pawn to g3. Oh my god. Having spent so much time making fun of this sacrifice, suddenly the engine is recommending it. What the?
I don't understand why.
So I guess basically here the bishop has trapped itself behind its own pawns, and so then getting this pawn on the far side is good because this bishop is spending so much time getting back into the game.
But is it really spending that much time? I mean, king f1.
The weirdest thing here is that the recommended move is to then, after having sacrificed your knight for 3 pawns, engine is recommending giving away first one pawn in the center and then another pawn on the side.
Okay, this is never gonna happen.
That is wild. I do think bishop h6 makes sense, though. And the point of moving this bishop back, I mean, there's no other point than wanting to play g3. So this position here happening is it's likely. Hikaru's about to move.
Yeah, and it was looking like it bishop.
Oh.
But the bishop goes back, not forward.
To be honest, this doesn't really stop the sacrifice discussion, right?
Yeah.
Because now if you go pawn to g3, you can even sacrifice the bishop, potentially. The knight attacks the rook attacks the knight. And the relay is bugging out again.
Yeah.
But after pawn to g3, engine said now knight takes here is even better. Like, it's saying this is instantly winning. Are we understanding why? I guess it just has to do with this bishop is going to point down against the knight and against the king.
Yeah, the white king could even find itself in some trouble now if I imagine in a picture future with bishop c5, f6, kick away the other knight, and the other bishop comes to c6.
I mean, that's not even a picture you need to envision. It's
Yeah.
actually happening.
Yeah, this is something that happened very suddenly, that the white king might suddenly become vulnerable, and that
I
is
feel bad for mocking that sacrifice.
you can apologize to Inception.
No, I feel bad about it. I don't want to apologize for it. I feel bad that I was wrong. I don't feel bad that I mocked it. That it's an important distinction.
Indeed. Yeah, so let's go back actually to the live position after bishop h2 and bishop f8. Not easy. So what had
Okay,
we
so say he plays king h1 then
Mhm.
and starts to realize that there's danger happening.
My waiting move from earlier. Literally the
Yeah,
first move.
it's not a waiting move anymore. It's getting off
Yeah.
this diagonal
Yeah.
from the black bishop and giving the white bishop the opportunity to get back into the game. At what point is knight takes here good even in this circumstance? Apparently here rook to c2 is a very good move.
This position is very
What
hard
if
now.
we just take this pawn?
And the dark squares, and the computer is saying knight g4. But why do we have to be
I'm
so
not
worried?
understanding the point.
Bishop
Bishop
e7?
here f5 maybe?
Oh. Wow, f5 is very powerful.
Then takes, check. And you win back the bishop.
The
I don't
position
know.
is
To me, it feels wrong to sacrifice against these pawns, but
I
if
mean, it's a
Mishra's plan was g3, he could be losing the game on this move.
but do you think he'll still, I mean, his plan might have been g3 against bishop h6, but do you think he will still?
No, I don't think so. But it's not necessarily because he understands the power of this knight takes c3. It's also because he wants to avoid the bishop pointing in against his king. Unfortunately, after g3, Hikaru has more than one good move, which is why he moved the king into the corner. But
Okay,
what's
Mhm.
interesting here, Fiona, is that if bishop here to attack the pawn and then the bishop back, now if king to h1, the sacrifice would actually work out. But it makes a huge difference that you've
Bonding.
provoked the g3 move, because then in some circumstances you can get your bishop into the diagonal attacking against the king. Whereas in the current situation, after king h1, now knight takes c3 doesn't really do anything attacking wise against the king, because the king is sheltered behind the pawn on the diagonal.
Okay, so let's move away from the sack ideas.
Yeah, I think just bishop c5.
Mhm.
I think Hikaru's going to play this within a couple of minutes.
Is your idea, are you threatening to take on d4?
I'm not entirely sure. Will you accept that as an answer?
Yeah.
I think so. I think so. I think I'm threatening it. Because okay, maybe not play g3. We've had some experience with that move. But because what white wants to do is move the bishop to defend the knight, right? So
Okay, let's say
g3 actually does make sense in order to use
okay,
the bishop afterwards.
and the answer
And
is
then
yes.
trade, bishop out to attack the rook seems fair. And then just rook c7. So basically what's happening here is that black is controlling the c file and white just has absolutely nothing to do against it. And
So we need to.
once we control the c file, we'll be able to attack the b2 pawn.
So as white, we need to do something to stop us from just capturing that knight.
Yeah.
I guess that knight can be defended with the rook, with the other knight, not with the bishop, because the bishop is defending the pawn on f4. I mean, I would be tempted to move my rooks over to the
Well, if you
d6.
move your rook, you lessen the pressure you have against the e6 pawn, and you still have to make sure that black is unable to push the pawn forward in the center. I don't like that Hikaru's thinking here because his position is so good that I feel like he should just increase the pressure from the clock by playing a bit quickly.
Looked like he was about to make a move. He's touching the bishop. Well, he didn't touch it, but
Which
he hovered
bishop?
over the bishop on f8.
You're sure about that? Because I thought maybe he was even grabbing the other one.
I'm pretty sure I saw him almost touch the bishop on f8. Yeah, there
Yeah.
it goes. But to d6, not c5.
Oh. Okay. Oh, he wants to. He knows everything Abhimanyu has done for the past couple moves have been all about playing pawn to g3. So maybe he's just not putting the bishop in the way of his rook in order to now, if pawn to g3, he makes the sack. What if?
I mean, if that strategy works out, that would be pretty impressive.
No, because how is Mishra gonna expect Hikaru sacrificing a knight for some lousy pawns? And it is the top choice. Still, no, it's not even the top choice anymore.
Not even, no. Is it still in the top 3? Unclear. Let's just play it and see how much does the bar drop.
I mean, computer is fine with it.
Yeah.
It's not super impressed, but not super
But I
depressed
think
either.
that was good. I don't think that, I think for the same reasons that you have been talking about, I don't think Hikaru is gonna go for this unless he really feels it's the best move in this position. Again, I don't see him going for that change of nature because the sack is never gonna be fully risk-free, or do you think it is?
I think it might be actually. Because after takes, the number one move here by far is bishop to g1. And then it's like, okay, so you're just abandoning another pawn. And now you're threatening to take here and to take here. This is pretty close to the
Can I ask you something?
dictionary definition of risk-free.
I'm very curious that you took g3 and not a3.
Well, if I take a3, I'm only threatening one pawn. But if I take g3, I'm threatening two pawns.
But I thought rook e3? Oh, is rook e3 another thing? Oh, rook e3 is... Because I thought if you take and I recapture, then I thought I would rather have gotten rid of the a pawn than the g pawn.
Wow, this is pretty fancy. Takes, takes,
fancy.
takes. You have this position, you're down a rook, but it turns out the king gets trapped.
That's incredible. And it's not over yet. Bishop
Not
f2,
even
the
over because
saving
you just
grace.
sack the bishop. Wow. Looks pretty good for black though. 3 pawns and a bishop for a rook.
Yeah, this does look good. What did Mishra do? Mishra played.
He didn't play G3. No, he hasn't played.
Oh no, he hasn't played.
Did
I
he
was
leave the board?
informed yesterday by a viewer, an alert viewer of ours, that I was wrong about you're not allowed to leave your board on when your clock is ticking. So I take it all back about yesterday and
Is
I'm
this
not.
gonna change your play in your next tournament?
I'm suddenly gonna get up every time it's my move. Take advantage of finally learning the rules. Mishra
Atusa winning says say Beth. Let's take a look at that. Well, she's up a pawn. And she's not going to lose this game, but she's not going to win it either, and she's going to lose her match. Crush is about to make a trade between the rooks, and because the black bishop is controlling the dark squares and the white bishop is controlling the light squares, these two pieces can never attack one another, which means black can just put up a dark squared blockade to make a draw and win the match.
What is Irina even thinking about in the current position?
Good question. I have no idea. The rook trade is just a very simple draw.
Okay,
But
we've
at
come
the same
back.
time, yeah, Atusa had to allow the rook trade because she had to defend against lots of threats.
Yeah, pity for Atusa, who couldn't quite fight back today. It looks like she's gonna move to the elimination bracket, but she's not out of the tournament yet. We've had a move from Mishra now, and it is G4?
That was actually the top engine choice. So this is kind of freaky because the guy who's been passive throughout the whole game is finally doing something, and it only took him 25 moves. White is now threatening pawn to f5. So this pawn was on f4 to prevent the advance of the black pawns through the center of the board. But now, instead of keeping the waiting game going, instead these pawns are just rushing forward to try and undermine the black pawn on e6, which in turn will allow the white rooks to really make their presence felt.
The fact that the top move here is bishop c5 is not a great sign, is it? Or do you think there could be anything said for having, I mean, having provoked g5, if that was the top move, surely couldn't have been beneficial.
Well, I guess the first thing we have to look at is knight takes c3, no?
A good point. By the way, Jaren was saying in the chat, if you haven't had coffee yet, would you spend 15 minutes of your classical game to go to the Starbucks next to the chess club? That is definitely not legal. That I'm 100% certain of. So, are you sure you
Has it
could?
become that strict for tournaments at your level as well? I mean,
I
obviously, in a tournament like this one, you're not allowed to move beyond the playing area.
The problem, I can't tell you about tournaments of my level because I haven't been to one in so long. But I think most tournaments do have a playing area, a defined playing area. And I mean, leaving the building, I don't think that's gonna be allowed anywhere. And stepping to a Starbucks where you can literally chat to anyone.
I once played a tournament in the Netherlands, and it was basically one of my big breakthroughs as a player. And this guy said, I offer a draw. So I just assumed that he was offering me a draw. He was pretty young, but I was like 14 and he was
Okay.
maybe like 20, and he was rated way higher than me. But I had been performing at 2350 the whole summer. So I didn't think it was very strange that a 2200 rated player wanted to make a draw with me, who was like 2090. But instead, what he did was he was offering me a drink, which apparently was a tradition at this Dutch tournament. But my point was they had their uh, drinks, cafe, whatever you want to call it, inside the playing area. And so my opponent both managed to say, no, 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 no. I didn't want a draw with you, kiddo, with the white pieces. And also he did manage to make me understand that he was offering me a drink, which I still thought was weird.
2 questions. Did you accept a drink, and what was the result of the game?
I think I accepted the drink just out of confusion, or needing to say something. I don't know. And the game ended in a draw.
What a story. I think that still happens quite a bunch in turn. Like if I have done it before. Like I think in leagues, especially in English league or in even Luxembourgish league, I've seen it a lot that if you get up to go and get a drink, that you offer your opponent like that you
No,
offer
but
them.
like these drinks cost
Mm,
monies.
I know, but if you
Why are
play
you
like
offering your opponent to pay for something? Yeah, no, it's completely threw me off. And it did start with a DR, so I thought him offering me a draw was a reasonable guess.
I think
Spiked Hammer's drink, yeah, also, like, yeah.
I think a cup of coffee or tea or a Coke or water at chess tournaments usually are not gonna break the bank. But different philosophy.
Okay, but in with this comment from Ratsnog, um, would you accept a drink from a stranger at a chess tournament?
Oh,
Very suspicious people, the chess players.
I have, and I'm still
Don't
alive, so who
don't
knows what?
accept drinks from strangers.
Yeah, maybe I didn't learn my lessons properly as a kid. I have a new hammer quote.
We
Okay.
also got a Hikaru move, I think.
I don't think so.
Oh, he was close to making a move then.
By the way, suddenly, I mean, times have ticked down massively, with Mishra now under 20 minutes, Hikaru 23 minutes. Did we even reach any conclusion about what he should do here? We were gonna look at knight
Yeah,
c6.
and you kind of distracted me from
I'm
it.
sorry, Hammer.
Okay, let's check. It's still good. Wow. Okay, so takes, and now you're threatening over here. But I mean, I was concerned about this push. And the more the engine is thinking about it, the more concerned the engine is as well. Yeah, I don't like this. This is not what we were looking for.
Okay, let's continue a little bit. Bishop c5.
Yeah, no, bishop c5 is a really good move. And now computer is recommending pawn takes pawn. But let me just tell you that is not happening at it. Like the knight is under attack and you're just going to ignore that by capturing the pawn in the center. That's wild.
I'm not understanding at all.
How is this okay? Rook d1?
That pin. That pin is the whole reason you get away with f takes e6.
Wow. Yeah, because now I cannot move the bishop, even though the bishop protects the rook. After the trade, white has the double attack afterwards. So that's not going to be great. And then if we just take pawns, then, well, now the bishop is in proper danger. And in this position, I mean, black would be lucky to make a draw. Like here, white is the
Yeah,
only one playing for a win.
this is not what we wanted. Okay, so does that mean we're ruling out the sack?
Yeah, I think so. But now Hikaru's about to be down on time. I really think Hikaru spent way more time on his last couple of moves compared to what he needed to.
Mm-hmm.
And I realize chess is difficult, but he spent 11 minutes on this move where, anything was good enough. But, he needed to spend some time to calculate what happens f6 in this position, right? So you understand why he spent some time, but he spent 11 minutes here, and then he spent 15 minutes here. Spent some time on this bishop move as well, and now 6 minutes on this bishop move. Hikaru's position was so good. I feel like he could have just played a lot quicker to put pressure on the clock. And now instead, suddenly it's Mishra who has a threat for the first time in the entire game. And Hikaru's down on time because he spent so much time earlier that now when there's an actual threat he needs to address, he doesn't have the time because he spent the time considering other things previously.
But I'm no psychologist or anything, but I think that the time usage in this game or in recent times is not a result of the position, or I think it's a psychological factor of Hikaru just having had so many disappointing results, quite a few misses lately. And I think it's just human nature that you start doubting yourself and you start double checking, triple checking. And it's interesting, right? That it happens a lot at my level, across all levels, but to see that even the top players, I think, get affected by this. So I do think it's probably a confidence issue
What's
and
weird to me is
music
that
and chaos.
what's weird to me is that he's struggling when he's getting low on time, but then there's a paradox there, right? He's struggling when he's getting low on time, which affects his self-esteem, which in turn is making him play slower, which means he's getting low on time more often.
Yeah,
which is very unfortunate. I also do want to say that he did finish second in the Champions Chess Tour. So like his results have been bad, I agree, but he's still one of the best.
absolutely. Nobody is debating that. And I think sometimes, all it takes is one good result, right? To turn things around again. Let's say Hikaru goes on to win the American Cup. Maybe next event we'll see Hikaru play these kind of games, play moves that seem natural much faster. So yeah, I really hope that this tournament will be a good one for him. Yesterday was not a great start, but if he wins this match, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. So let's see what happens here. There was a question in the chat: is Armageddon possible today? Yes, I think it's even quite likely. If we really get a lot of playoffs, it's only 2 Blitz games, and then we go to Armageddon. So not only possible,
4 Blitz
I would
games.
say. Oh, 4 Blitz games.
First, best
How
of
many
2 and
times have I
best of 2.
misunderstood the freaking regulations?
Well, I stopped trusting you on it and I started reading it myself.
Time controls in the playoffs. Oh, a second 2-game match. You are correct. I mean, I usually pride myself in reading the regulations and being on top of things, but I think what happened this time is I just skimmed them instead of actually properly reading, and I missed a lot of crucial details by the looks of it. So that's on me. 4 Blitz games. And that makes it more likely, though, that I was talking about this Nakamura-Aronian match. I remember maybe it was just that the classical game for Blitz games and Armageddon. That's a lot of games in a day, right? 6 games.
Yeah. Bishop to b8 was played, and what I find fascinating right now, Fiona, is that the recommended move for Abhimanyu is moving the bishop back to one of these exposed squares. And I want to say one of the benefits of moving the bishop back is that now the bishop is not standing in the way of the rook. So if we now make the sacrifice, we have an attack against the bishop and the pawn to the left, against the pawn to the right, but we also have the attack of the rook through the center. So why is the computer saying this is good for white? Is it not fair to say that this is an improved version?
I'm very confused. Let's just see. The top computer moved bishop f2, and I'm curious, why can't I
No,
take
I'm starting to
h3?
realize why. It has to do with the c6 square.
Oh,
Because now, even though we managed to first take a pawn on the left and then a pawn on the right, we get hit by this very annoying knight attacking both the bishop and the rook. So it turns out the bishop placement wasn't all that great after all. That being said, this would be kind of interesting if we got this position.
I need to do a quick material count.
5 pawns for a rook.
I would at first
you don't
sight,
see that every day.
I would play black here. If I didn't see the eval, you showed me this position for a few moments, I'd be like black without a doubt. Well, how about you, Mr. Bishop pair?
I mean, it's tempting, no?
Yeah, it's really tempting. Like the white king is
you
open.
definitely have good winning chances here with black. Yeah. In a blitz game, maybe you take black. I think part of the problem is that after this bishop to e3 move, obviously you cannot allow the trade to happen. But I feel like maybe there's some...
But look at this move. The only move here for white to win is rook c1.
And then one of the best moves for black is to sacrifice another rook. Oh gosh. No, yeah, no, this is
but
some
what
fancy,
happens here? Rook
this is some very fancy stuff. Somehow you managed to get back.
But we still have a lot of pawns.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say there's something about this pawn to g5 that I'm not super fond of. That if the pawn gets here, it's gonna shut down. But we do have time to go like pawn here. How is this winning for white?
I'm also perplexed.
Feels like maybe it could be a draw. Because like if white goes after this pawn, then sure you're gonna be able to go after this one, but I'm gonna give checks. And in order to avoid all of these checks, you're gonna have to allow me to get this pawn. And then this is an interesting endgame. Do you know 4 pawns against a rook?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
Anyway, Mishra saving us from this madness with a move.
Pawn to f5.
F5.
So he stays true to his threat. And now the action is happening with suddenly white's pieces feeling very, very active. And Hikaru goes pawn to f6. So Hikaru is trying to chase the knight back. If the knight goes back, we get that pawn formation that we've been looking for basically the entirety of the game. But Mishra cannot allow that to happen, which means he now has to sacrifice his knight. So he has no choice. Knight takes e6 is the only good move here. Pawn takes knight, knight takes rook, rook takes back, bishop comes in. Bishop places itself, pointing at the white king. And for some reason, moving the king up is a bad idea. This is good for Hikaru. I think in this position in particular, it's very difficult to figure out
where the king
that the
should
king
go.
has to move here, because your instinct is going to be not to do that, because it allows a check from the bishop, that the bishop avoids getting traded off and checks the king.
But then f5 is great news, no?
Well, but
If you think
the
this
engine
position
is also saying this is fine for white, right? He moved the knight back. Wow.
Hammer time!
No, but that's the second outrageous positional decision that Mishra has made in this game. Allowing Hikaru to set up these pawns, controlling the dark squares, kicking the knight back, and then while he still has the light squared bishop, suddenly Hikaru is controlling all of these dark squares in the center of the board. And the bishop will come in to place itself pointing down against the white king on the light squares. That is an incredibly bad move from Mishra.
And this time Hikaru didn't hesitate. E5 is already on the board. There was quite a bit of frowning by Hikaru when the knight went back. So this is the position on the board now. After E5, Mishra jumped forward to E6.
Attacking the rook, but the rook comes in to put counter pressure.
Okay, I need to pause because I always get too excited when the engine goes up and everything. But I need to pause and humanly understand, why is this close to winning?
Well, it's just that it's what we talked about, right? Suddenly, Hikaru has gained control of the dark squares, and if nothing happens now in the next couple of moves, the bishop will just destroy on the light squares. And also, this knight is trapped. Notice how Hikaru put the rook on the d6 square. If rook to d7, then pawn to g5. And white is able to undermine the control of these dark squares. But because Hikaru went with the rook to put indirect pressure on the knight, is if now pawn to g5 trying to take out this black pawn formation on the dark squares, then after pawn takes f5, we're attacking the knight, which makes all the difference.
A huge move. Rook d6 looks like, you know, a normal move, but that was the strongest. And Abhimanyu now 12 minutes. What is he? I mean, the problem is, yeah, how do you fight against the bishop coming to c6 and your king
or
borderline,
even b5,
or even b5
maybe? And also there's now some ideas with takes and knight e f5. Ooh, actually that's a bad idea because suddenly the king is in trouble. Okay, but we'll keep the idea for later. At some point, maybe the knight puts pressure here. The white knight is kind of stuck in behind enemy lines. Yeah, no, just compared to what we had here. And look at 1, 2, 3, 4, like everything was pointed towards this e5 square in order to prevent Hikaru's advance through the center. And then he pushed forward, and we thought he was going to sacrifice the knight, but instead the knight just retreats. And out of nowhere, Hikaru has completely taken over control. Because notice how now the bishop and 2 rooks, all of them are being put out of play by 2 pawns. That is, if we say a rook is worth 5 and a bishop is worth 3 and a pawn is worth 1, that is 13 points of material being taken out of commission by 2 points of material. These 2 pawns alone is rendering the bishop and the 2 rooks useless.
I mean, it's what you said, really. The turnaround was so sudden, right? It felt like Mishra had been playing the best moves for a while. And I think it just took us both completely by surprise that suddenly he would make a mistake of this caliber. I mean, just again, I think it's not a blunder per se, just completely misevaluating and misunderstanding the position. And I wonder if he realizes now what he's done is he's sitting alone at the board, facing the grim prospect of that bishop from e8 being a beast soon. I mean, that king is so open. You have no counterplay.
And I really
How do
think
you...
one of the recommended top choices here, Fiona, it showcases how good Hikaru's position is in a very nice way. The recommended move is knight to d2, after which Hikaru can move his king in to avoid some checks against the king that we saw earlier. If the knight moves forward to attack the rook, Hikaru doesn't even have to move the rook. He can sacrifice the rook because in the situation that occurs, the bishop pointing in against the king is such a monster.
Not only can he give the rook, he should give the rook. This is in fact the most powerful, the strongest line in the position.
And then when the king moves away, the knight comes in for the f5 pawn. If that pawn is eliminated, then that's going to take away the protection of the knight as well. There's some ideas with the rook coming in to start an attack against the white king as well. And Engine just says winning position for black.
Incredible.
Despite being down a rook in trade for a bishop.
8.5 minutes for Mishra, as it must be dawning on him that he has made a massive, massive mistake here.
Zay asks for Mishra, is time a bigger problem than the position? No, because if you have a good position, it's so much easier to play quick moves. The reason that he went from being equal on time to now being down by 10 minutes is because his position deteriorated so much that the good moves became so much more difficult to find.
And speaking of difficult moves to find, I mean, it's difficult to find a move at all here for white. The more I look at this, the more I'm like, what do I even do here? I mean, we looked at knight d2, but the ending, the position that resulted from it was losing. I'm looking. I mean, the knight on e6 doesn't have any squares.
Well, I suppose the knight can try and move out now.
Oh, I hadn't seen that actually.
Because then if you capture the knight, you open up for the white rooks to go after the bishop.
Mm-hmm. So this is not something that we cannot take that knight. So...
And we shouldn't move the bishop here, right? Because we want the bishop pointing against the king, but we don't want the bishop to be captured.
But can we just move the bishop one square forward and say, well, now to d7, I was gonna say, and saying, well, now I'm attacking your knight.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And if
And
the
the
knight
computer,
moves,
yeah, I'm not surprised that the computer here was saying that white should sack on e5, because otherwise, again, it just gets too...
yeah,
the
but
bishops get
that's
too
completely
overpowering.
desperate.
The position is pretty desperate.
Guaranteed win, asks chat.
The trick question, don't answer, Hammer.
It's looking good. I'll say that.
Is it hammer time yet? What even is hammer time?
On the TV2 broadcast in Norway, Hammer time is when I declare that what the result of the game is going to be, that I'm so certain
Oh.
that I'm just declaring the result.
Imagine if you organize the tournament and it's just the players are playing and at some point you show up. Hammer time, 1-0.
Well, my accuracy rate is not entirely 100%. Let's just.
Is it close?
Well, I mean, there's some people who say it's at about 50%, but they're just lying for comedic effect, in my opinion. Maybe it's about 80, I would say.
Okay, that's decent. I think here it's very close to hammer time. Let's see, we had a move, it's knight d2.
Big
So
moment now, whether
yeah.
Hikaru will sacrifice his rook. To be fair, I don't think it's necessary to sacrifice the rook. Bishop to c6 feels very normal. Bishop here pointed against the king. And then if the knight moves up to attack the rook, knight moves back to increase the pressure on this pawn. This seems pretty convincing as well. You do not need to. I mean, big marks for style if Hikaru sacrifices the rook, but he doesn't need to. He can just set up the bishop pointing at the king to avoid the knight capturing the rook. Or maybe not actually. Rook moves over, takes, king up. Yeah, no. There's always the problem that this pawn on f5 just gets in so much trouble. And the pawn can never really trade because then you lose the knight.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, both the lines we saw, right, looked good enough. Would you go for the rucksack or would you feel like there is no need for this?
I would not go for the rucksack. No, I would not. I wouldn't understand how good it was, I think. And there's plenty of other options that are decent. Hikaru actually dropped down below 2,800 with yesterday's game. But if he wins now, he will be back where he started.
Above
So
2,800. Also,
his expected score against Mishra is pretty much exactly 1.5 out of 2.
so, I mean, that would be a huge win, right? I think avoiding playoff today would be very, very welcome. Also, I mean, this is, as you mentioned yesterday, it's a very long tournament, goes on for 10 days. And I think, you know, saving as much energy as you can, especially Hikaru is maybe not the oldest, is Linear maybe a tiny bit older, but I think it's important in these tournaments to save energy wherever you can. I mean, Hikaru has talked a bunch about being tired. He streamed so much, you know, I think he just does a lot of things. So yeah, avoiding the playoff would be fantastic. I also wanted to answer a question from much earlier from DZ. I didn't get around to it then, but he was asking much earlier, wouldn't it make sense? I don't know the question exactly, but it was, doesn't it make some sense to go to the elimination bracket and then face easier opponents there? Is there nothing to be said for that? And I think absolutely not, because first of all, there are no easy opponents in this tournament, and you're not even guaranteed that you will get an easier opponent, because if Fabi loses the playoff to Ray, you could face him in the elimination bracket, and once you're in the elimination bracket, you have no more lives, let's say, you know, one more loss and you're out. So I don't think there's ever anything to be said for going the elimination bracket route. Bishop
And
c6.
yeah, the bishop comes in, points against the king in the corner. Quick response with the knight to attack the rook. Top computer choice is to give away the rook. But let's see if Hikaru plays something a bit more sane. Knight to e7 makes a lot of sense, opening up the pressure against the king, meaning that the knight cannot capture the rook, while also creating a lot of pressure against the f5 pawn, which is the pawn keeping the knight alive inside black's half.
I'm so curious to see whether Hikaru. I think this is much more likely, but it would be nice as well to see the sacrifice. And easy, I wasn't cooking you. I was just answering answering your question. What do you think, Hammer? Is it gonna
I
be?
think where I'm gonna drop by Sam Sevian just
Let's do
very
it.
quickly to see how they're doing.
I just
I'm
realized here
feeling really optimistic on
about your
Hikaru's
prediction.
behalf.
Oh, on here. I thought you were gonna say really optimistic about your prediction of 3 playoffs.
Yeah, I think my optimism there worked out for once. So we did get this position that we analyzed. And here, Sevian plays knight back. Interesting move, wanting to get that knight over to attack the bishop. Wow, Levon just pushes forward. The idea being that if that pawn is captured, maybe he pushes forward through the center of the board. Instead, the knight moves over to attack the bishop. The bishop moves back. The knight continues. Wow, that's quite the journey this knight is having. The knight gets taken out. Why did we do that? Okay, still 2 pawns here. Can they become dangerous? Pawn forward attacks the rook. The rook has to move. Then pawn takes pawn in the center, opening up with a checkmate threat against the white king. The rook moves back to try and take out this pawn. The rook into the attack, but now rook takes on b4. And the engines are saying this should be a draw with correct play. Sevian is not as bad on time as he was at one point. He needs to find this rook takes pawn. That is the only way for him to save the game. But it also seems pretty darn obvious, and he has indeed done it. So 3 of the matches in the open section seems like it's going to a playoff. And Hikaru, on the other hand, is looking like he might win this. Oh, that was my analysis. My bad.
Yeah, Hikaru is still thinking. He has plenty. I think there's a bunch of people. I see a few chatters saying, let's not throw away the time advantage. I think at this point in time, that's not so important. I think it is fine for Hikaru to spend time here, even if the clocks equalize, as long as he finds a convincing win, something that he feels confident. Okay, this is gonna give me a winning position, which I'm gonna convert. So I think this is a situation where he shouldn't rush, and I'm happy to see him take some time. I think it's also normal to spend some time here because there are so many tempting moves, and we have the luxury of seeing the engine lines, and we know that there is a lot of options and there is a lot of good options here.
I think the general rule is that you only want to put pressure on your opponent's clock if you're not winning. But if you're winning, you want to change the focus to just playing the best moves, because that's going to win you the game. Whereas if it's an unclear, unbalanced position, then sometimes you want to play quickly because you want to put pressure on the opponent on the clock to provoke a mistake.
So Hikaru here going into the tank, I think we both approve of it. As long as he hopefully comes out with one of the top moves on the other.
I must say, I think, and this is something I tried to do with myself. I tried to judge my time management on whether it was the right moment to take some time to figure out the right decision.
and not on the
rather than
decision.
judging it based on the result of the decision I ended up making. Because you can correctly identify the right moment to spend time and still get the decision wrong. But I want to be, kind to myself by saying, okay, you correctly identified the right moment to spend time. You just weren't good enough to figure it out.
That's fair enough. I take your point. Okay, so let's see. What's it going to be?
Well, I assume it's going to be knight e7.
Are you
But I
hoping
don't
he...
understand why he would spend this much time if he was just going to play the most obvious thing in the world.
Yeah, so maybe he is considering g takes f.
Yeah. Well, actually, here, I don't think you can take the rook immediately because there is black and then win the rook back. But the thing is, after pawn takes, then pawn takes the recapture. And now you've created a circumstance where the rook can come in and give checks on your king. So if you do take the white pawn here, because of the potential for a counterattack against your own king, you might then be forced to give away your rook. But I don't know. I maintain that this is a very difficult thing to understand the significance of.
So shall we go back to looking at knight 97?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So I'm assuming rook to g2 because that covers the bishop's diagonal against the king. And then I'm assuming bishop takes because, I mean, the knight is attacking both the rook and the pawn. So I think you have to take and then take back. And now either king up or rook check. The benefit of the rook check is that now the bishop is not on the same diagonal as the rook, which means that in this position, now you can bring the king in. Oh,
But,
God.
yeah.
I'm seeing the eval bar. We gave away the light squared bishop, and I was very committed to trapping this knight.
Yeah.
But turns out the knight is getting away, supported by the bishop, and the rook is making counter threats on the side. Oh, this isn't what we wanted.
No, I mean, it's really not what we wanted because it looked to me like you were making all normal, natural moves until I suddenly also saw the bar drop. So what this tells us is that there is still not danger in the position, but there are still things to watch out for.
I think it tells us the enormous value of the bishop moving on the light squares.
Yeah.
Which actually could make Hikaru find the right moves. Because if he feels like, oh, I'm forced to trade my bishop for the knight in the center, but then the rook comes up and starts making threats over here, and I no longer have threats against the king. And maybe Hikaru is then like, oh, maybe I don't have to save my rook. Okay, he made a move. Knight c7. He's trading off the knight that we thought was almost trapped.
That was your whole goal this entire time, Hammer. To trap this knight. Okay, people are going crazy with the blunder, and yes, the move gets a question mark. The position is still good. I think it's just that e7 was a better square because you don't offer the trade. But what I'm confused...
Well, I'm not convinced knight e7 was better. Like, I'm starting to think sacrificing the rook was necessary.
Was I gone for a second? I was gone, yeah? Or were we all gone?
I don't know.
I don't see your screen any longer.
It says I'm sharing.
We pulled the old switcheroo. Okay, now I see your screen. Okay, all good again. And we switched back. I don't know what happened there. Okay, but we are back. So yeah, knight c7. I'm confused that I don't see the move knight takes c7 for white
Yeah,
in the top
I'm very
move
confused.
suggestions.
So if knight takes knight, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, rook takes. Oh, Fiona. The idea is that the rook comes across. And this is very important because the king cannot get out of this pin. Whereas if the rook had not come across, the knight would be able to capture the rook.
That's pretty difficult to figure out from afar, no?
Yeah, but that's a very good thing because that means Mishra might go for this trade. When in reality, he should go king g1. Very difficult move to find.
Wait, he's about to make a move.
He went back. That makes a lot of sense to me, that move. Because now Hikaru can't even make the trade here because the knight is just so powerful on the e4 square. We need to make sure that the knight doesn't get to stay on the e4 square long term. Bishop to a7. Bishop to a7. Absolutely, definitely, that is going to be the move.
And bishop g1 is the only, right? I guess. Oh, wait, yeah, must be.
Well, we need to figure out what happens here if knight takes.
Oh, because.
Well, I think maybe this knight is trapped, actually. Because the point is, I cannot take the knight because then we lose the pressure against the king in the corner.
Hikaru didn't play bishop a7, actually.
Oh, no, he didn't go knight c5. He went knight d4.
Oh.
I just misunderstood where he put the knight.
It was hard. To be fair, it was pretty hard to see from where we were watching.
Okay, so we cannot take the knight because then bishop takes rook. What did Hikaru do?
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7. Okay, so Hikaru's just avoiding that his bishop gets captured. He wants to preserve the bishop pointing against the king. I think we can support that. One of the main things Hikaru has to be careful about is this move pawn to g5. Because we're scared that any sort of situation where the bishop gets back into the game is going to be a problem. Wow, but even here you can sacrifice the rook and then you win the knight.
That bishop is such
that bishop is worth more than a rook.
Yeah.
And definitely worth more than this knight.
Monster.
We gotta preserve this one at all costs.
Save the life squared bishop at all costs.
2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Hikaru did, in fairness, right?
Yeah.
What did you say?
2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Time is ticking. It's ticking fast now. So g5 we looked at. Did we look at the top computer move, f takes g6?
Yeah, but even though it's the top move, it's such a depressing one to make. Because it helps correct the black pawn formation. And it makes it much easier for black to, at some point in the future, attack the knight that is so powerfully placed. I don't think he wants to make this trade.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to make that trade.
Okay, which is good news, right?
Yeah. So king g1 instead makes sense. And now Hikaru has to deal with the threat to the rook, and the rook cannot go back because then you lose the pawn. And then you lose another pawn. Well, you just lose everything. So let's not do that. But that also very much limits Hikaru's choices. He has to go rook b6.
Hammer breaking news, Sevian against Aronian has ended in a draw. So all hinges on this. You know what? I'm even gonna hope that you get your prediction right, Hammer.
That's generous. I don't like that Hikaru's thinking now. Rook over here, that's what it's all about.
We've been literally waiting the entire game, right, for rook to come to the b file.
Yeah, that's true. But now it's more of a necessity move. The rook is under attack, and there's only one square it can go to where it's still protecting the pawn on f6. These are the moments that Hikaru has been struggling with. He trades. He gives up the monster of a bishop. And then he points his other bishop against the white king. It is a pin on the knight, but the problem is, even though the knight can't get away, we can't capture it either. Because then the bishop comes in to take out our rook. We've just lost our monster, Fiona.
Yeah, even I am nowhere near as, but I did love this bishop. I feel a little bit sad right now. I'm also a little bit worried because you were just talking, but okay, I think the one good thing is Hikaru is still looking very confident. I don't think he is regretting right now. Maybe that will come later, but I think as long as he has a plan.
I'm just concerned about the pawn on a4, because not only did Hikaru now lose the bishop that's pointing against the king in the corner, he also lost the protector of the pawn on a4, and he allowed the opposing rook to get into a very dominant position in the center of the board. And now he also has to care about the pawn to g5 idea, where the pawn sacrifices itself to try and break down this amazing pawn formation that we've been so happy with.
Hikaru was just shaking his head. I think there was something here that he...
I really don't understand what it could be, though.
I've always, to be honest, like this might not be the time or moment to discuss it, but I've always been a little bit surprised that Hikaru gives away to his opponents in a spot like this. That, you know, even a slight shake of the head gives his opponent so much information.
Wow. Now pawn to g5 is a great move for white. Hikaru moves his rook to defend the other rook. So his idea obviously is to capture the knight on the next move. Hikaru believes the knight has to move. And the last time we had this situation, Fiona, the knight did move. But here, allowing the knight to be captured could be a brilliancy from the youngster.
10 seconds for Mishra.
In order to get some counterplay against a black king that's not super well.
He takes on g6.
So g6. Okay, so Mishra allows Hikaru to make the capture on the first go, but Hikaru's just going to make the recapture. Another decision with only 30 seconds. And pawn to g5 is the move, but do you have it in you to give up both the knight and the bishop in trade for a black rook? He had the option to do so on a previous occasion in this game, and then he didn't do it. He moved the knight, and once again, he does move the knight, Fiona.
Thank goodness. I think it was almost impossible to play g5 in that spot with 30 seconds on the clock. So I think knight f3 might be worse, but it's a human. I mean, at least we know he's human. And we had another quick move from Hikaru.
And the threat of g5 persists. So this
Yeah.
is something Hikaru still has to deal with. But at least now the rook comes in, attacks the white knight. The white knight is very well placed. The king is going to come in and defend. Oh, I completely forgot, Fiona. The pawn on a4 is still under threat.
Wait, Mishra is getting very nervous. Let's go back to the live position.
He did go king g2.
King g2.
Now Hikaru's definitely going to go knight d5. He wants to get that knight in to give a check on the white king. The white king is holding everything together right now. Hikaru's chance to win this is going to be to dislodge the king from its defensive position. Knight to d5 is the move he's going to play, but it is not the move that's recommended by the chess engines. The chess engine wants Hikaru to go pawn to g5, just taking out that opportunity for white to push the pawn to g5. But this would lead
after rook a4.
This would lead to a position where white just has an extra pawn.
But black is better, which is insane.
Yeah, but Hikaru with 4 minutes remaining would never realize that this is still a good position for black, despite giving up just a pawn on the side of the board. So I can't help but think that he's gonna play knight to d5. And then the problem with this move is that finally Mishra needs to try and break down this black pawn formation. We talked about it earlier, how the pawn on e5, it's limiting the moves for the knight, for the bishop, for both of the rooks. This pawn has got to go, and if it is eliminated, all of white's pieces will come into play.
Wait. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, Hammer, I'm stressed.
What about knight e6, asks someone in chat. Well, that still gives up the pawn on the side of the board, though. But yeah, no, this idea, knight to e6 is interesting because now if pawn to g5, you can sacrifice your rook against the knight and then take out that annoying pawn while still having the attack against the king and the rook. But the problem is it doesn't really do anything about this pawn on the side of the board. Knight to d5, however, now if rook takes pawn, you get the immediate attack against the white king.
And knight d5, so that is played. I'm just stressed for both of them. Mishra playing on 30 seconds every time down to his last seconds.
Ooh, and he's gone for that very, very important g5 move. And it gets a green star. Terrible news for Hikaru. This pawn is going to manage to take out the black defensive pawn, which in turn means that finally the white pieces will be able to take out the e5 pawn afterwards. The question now is how many threats will Hikaru create with all of these attacking pieces he has in the vicinity of white's king?
So let's look, knight e3.
King back only move, but it makes sense because it's the only move where Hikaru doesn't have a check to follow up.
And now where do I go with the knight?
I guess you attack the rook, right?
Mm-hmm. And now, well, the rook can either defend
well,
the knight.
No, actually, maybe you attack the pawn and attack the knight and threaten a fork.
Yeah, I feel in this time situation that this would be a harder move to
But
me.
the problem is after the king moves up, Fiona, I mean, a pawn on the right side is completely insignificant compared to what's going on here with suddenly all of white's pieces getting into the game.
That's true.
It's more unpleasant to be Hikaru now than it is being Mishra, because Hikaru's spoken about this quite a few times, how it's very, very frustrating when you're just responding to the opponent's threats, which I think is why this rook move from Hikaru is a great choice. Really, really good choice, because it means that Mishra doesn't get an easy move. If Hikaru had moved the knight in to give a check on the king, Mishra only had one square for that king to go. But instead, now he has to deal with the inclusion of yet another black piece into this attack. Mishra takes out the defensive pawn. He is now going to be able to take out the central pawn on the next move. But on the other hand, Hikaru now, he's going to have one rook, the bishop from afar, a lot of pieces participating in an attack against the white king. And yet it seems like Mishra is going to survive this, but only thanks to the fact that the knight is able to step back and both attack the rook and defend the bishop. And in fact, now that I'm thinking about this, this looks kind of scary for Hikaru. Because suddenly the black king is poorly defended.
Hammer, it's insane. I mean, credit to Mishra, he's defended so well, but let's go back to the live position. I mean, Hikaru has to take, right? Just has to take.
Yeah.
Could he be thinking about taking?
No, Hikaru's in trouble here. Hikaru's in trouble, and he has said himself he struggles when the time gets low. He knows he was completely winning in this game, so mentally it's very difficult getting into this situation where you realize that I've spoiled the win, and now I just have to try and salvage a draw potentially. And his king is not very well defended.
Okay, he
Somehow
plays.
Mishra just has this one idea to save himself, with the knight stepping back into defense after taking out that super annoying black pawn in the center.
How easy do you think that's even to spot?
I think it's pretty easy. Because you need to get rid of that pawn in order to get your rooks involved.
No.
And you see that the knight can move back.
Mm.
Okay, Hikaru now had only two moves that was even going to survive for him. And now the knight has to go back. Easy move for Mishra. Ooh, Hikaru's ready to move immediately. That's probably a good sign. I think it has dawned on Hikaru at this point that a draw would be a success. He does capture the pawn. Oh, apparently the only good move here is rook d1. For some reason, I just assumed that there was something with the rooks against the black king that was super dangerous. Rook to e6 is tempting, but apparently it's a losing move. Oh, apparently so. I was too negative. Fiona, Hikaru can still win this.
Okay, that's good to hear.
I
Mishra is
thought white
also.
maybe had 3-4 good moves here, but it's only one good move with the rook. If he finds it, the game is over. If he doesn't find it, he's in trouble.
They have, both players actually have built up a little bit of time. So rook d1, why is that just an immediate draw?
Well, the thing is, when you're attacking the knight, I think there's something to do with the rooks just immediately having checks in against the king. And this rook is controlling here. And basically, white's pieces are just controlling everything. So you can't avoid that it's just a back and forth. And you can't escape because there's checkmating ideas as well.
He finds it. Rook d1.
Wow, nice move.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Yeah. There's just nothing at all, right? No way to keep the game going.
I don't think so. I mean, I think he should also be a little bit scared about his own king safety, but
Mm.
yeah, no, he knows it's a draw. These faces he wouldn't make if he thought there was any chance he could lose. This is the, oh, I guess I'll have to settle with the draw face.
Yeah, I think you're right. There is no. What's interesting to me is there is no visible sign of super frustration or I don't know if it's just coming to terms. Yeah, no, there is the frustration. Sure enough, a little bit of it. A little bit more. Yeah.
30 seconds remaining.
It's tough, right? It's always tough to come to terms that a game like this, where Hikaru knows he was winning at some point, it's just, yeah, very, very difficult. Knight E3.
So now
The
an instant draw for Mishra with the rook. But it's even Hikaru has to be a little bit careful as the rook comes in here to give a check. If the king moves up, then it's checkmate. So he has to move the king in towards the middle. And then the white rook can just make checks. And once again, if you move away, then it's checkmate. So the king always has to stay close here to make sure that the other white rook is not able to make its entry.
Yeah, Hikaru is spending all of the time that Mishra was thinking about his move, shaking his head. I mean, it's clear that he is very, very frustrated and disappointed, but today there will not be much time, unfortunately, to or maybe it's a good thing actually that there will not be much time to wallow in misery, because the tiebreak is coming up very, very quickly. So just have to move past this game and focus on the playoff.
Tiebreak in all the matches for the open section. 8 draws.
That's actually incredible. I mean, the chances of that are not very high, especially with the shorter time control, I would say.
The shorter time control and the fact that, you know, Hikaru was winning yesterday, Hikaru was winning today. Ray was much better today, in my opinion. And then Fabiano was winning yesterday. There's definitely been chances for the players. Well, I
Meanwhile,
guess mostly those two matches. The match with Dominguez and So has been very boring.
mm,
And
we're about
then
to see a handshake here in the. I was just looking at the women's tournament. There, it looks like only one match will progress to playoff, but we'll get to that in a second, as we'll just watch the final move of the game here. Yeah, maybe the
and
players have to.
Mishra
They have
stops
to
the
play.
clock to get the arbiter.
Yeah.
Makes some. Is it a new arbiter?
Yeah, I was just thinking. I've never seen that lady. We didn't even get a handshake, or did we? Oh, maybe.
I guess we didn't.
Uh,
Well, we'll get a handshake for the tie breaks anyway.
There's
They,
always next time.
yeah, no, I genuinely think they just forgot because they
Yeah.
were busy doing the refereeing formalities.
Maybe they were confused by the new arbiter and they're like, who's that? I forgot to shake hands. We're gonna take a break very soon because it's been a while, but in the women's tournament, only one game remains. It's Atusa still trying to make something happen with the extra pawn, but the situation hasn't changed much. And I don't think, maybe if when we come back from the break, we'll get to see the end of this, but
I'm
this.
surprised Crush is even spending time.
Hmm.
Like, she can just move her king back, move the pawn to a dark square, and it's impossible for Atusa to attack
anything.
And then Crush just moves her bishop back and forth. It's very strange that Crush is spending time to draw this endgame.
She is spending time, but it will not change anything, unfortunately, about the result. Elsewhere, Tatev Abramian beat Anna Zatonsky in game 2, progresses to the semifinals. Carissa Yip beats Talia Cervantes 2-0, also moves on to the semis. And we will see a playoff between Alice Lee and Naji Paikidze, as Naji managed to strike back today after losing game 1 yesterday. So
I'm glad you know how to pronounce her name, Fiona.
I think I even pronounced it wrong. I think it's actually Nazi, not Naji. I think it's Nazi. Anyway, when does the Blitz begin? I will message. It's supposed to begin 42 minutes from now, but I wonder if they will bring it forward, maybe. I will message Leonard to find out. Our super mods will keep you informed in the chat, but it could be that we get a longer break here. We'll keep you posted in chat, and grab some drinks, grab a coffee, something to keep you awake, because the day is far from over. We will see you guys when we see you. We'll let you know in the chat. Do stay tuned. We'll be back.
That became prolonged. I do not think that's going to happen now. In Blitz games, Hikaru has been pretty true to his B3 Larson's opening. I think also varying will make Mishra think at an earlier stage from the game. No, he goes for the Heti opening, early fianchetto. So he goes in kind of a... It's kind of like a Catalan, just a Catalan without putting the pawns in the center of the board. And now he's playing the Larsen. So he does go for the double fianchetto, both bishops pointing in towards the center of the board. Mishra doesn't stop at any point in this opening to think, and does make an advance in the center of the board. I remember actually analyzing this exact opening for the 2013 World Championship match. Carlsen
and
versus
what were your
Anand.
conclusions, Hammer?
I think we were following some analysis by one of the members of the team, Pavel Elyanov. He had some faith in this system for white, and I think we concluded that it was okay for white. Yes.
That's encouraging for sure. Rook BH is played by Mishra. How do we complete the development? The knight, I can only go either to a3 or to d2. Goes to a3.
I remember Elyanov being very much all about this knight making its way to the c2 square, trying to attack the pawn on d4, but also facilitating a potential advance of the queenside pawns, which we may see here as well. Also, knight to e5 is a typical move in these variations. To try and open up for the bishop on the diagonal, although that is less effective here now that the rook is already evacuated from the diagonal.
Quick look at the clocks. Hikaru up 30 seconds already. That has to be positive. Bishop c5, a natural move, and knight c2, as you said, dropping back and putting pressure on the pawn on d4. Are we going to play d3, or is black going to play d3?
I think we're going to play d3 as white, and right now it's important to avoid this pawn advance on the queen side. Okay, maybe it wasn't that important to avoid the pawn advance. So basically, Mishra, he got his rook out of this diagonal so that he could later on get his bishop in position to counter white's bishop. Seems fair so far. One of the good things for white in this position is that the long-term ability of pushing this pawn forward is pretty strong. And Hikaru's going to display that here, using his rook to support that pawn advance moving forward.
So you're saying the bishop is going to drop back probably to A1, right? To keep
Well,
an eye, or?
actually, the bishop might drop to the c1 square, partly because then you can go over here and start attacking the rook, but also because you can then go to the d2 square and try help out, push the pawn forward if you need more assistance in that.
That is exactly what we get. The question is, we have a clear plan now. What is Black's plan?
Yeah, no, Black's position right now is very uncomfortable. Hikaru has a clear plan of action. He basically allowed the black pawn to advance in the center, but now he's starting the counterattack against these pawns. And he is doing that counterattack by progressing his pawns on the queen side here. Bishop to g5, very natural move now for Hikaru. He's going to be attacking in particular these light squares in the center of the board. He's going to move the bishop up. He's going to make the trade for the knight. The knight was protecting these two squares, but with the knight eliminated, the white knight is then going to move away to d2, and you're going to get a bishop moving into this d5 square. And the knight coming in, maybe the queen up to h5. White's position is playing itself at this moment, which is so good for a blitz game. And it shows also on the clock with Hikaru having more than 1 minute time advantage. He has a fantastic position here and the ability to decide the game in his favor.
Yeah, Hikaru's play pieces all beautiful. You talked about the bishop on g2. Mishra drops the queen back, stepping out maybe of the tempo of knight e4, but also looking, well, not just looking at the pawn, attacking the pawn actually on b4. So do we have to push the pawn?
Yeah, I think we should push this pawn. Engine says that we can win a pawn by capturing the black knight and then capturing in the center, exploiting the fact that our rook is placed on the same file as
I'm
the
getting a bit
queen.
of PTSD giving up that light squared bishop hammer.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. And Hikaru doesn't do that either. He does go with the pawn forward. No need to give away a bishop. That would give black a bishop pointing in down towards our king. Instead, we're going to go for the trade of bishops here, and then I guess knight forward in the center. Good play by Mishra playing knight to b4. He's trying to facilitate this trade so that he afterwards can trade the bishop for the knight. We would really like to prefer getting out of all of these trades with our knight still on the board.
Let's see, Hikaru, I feel like is thinking a little bit for the first time in this game. He's captured on b7. So are you taking back on b7 or d2? Goes for taking on d2. And now we get a pure rooks and queen ending where Hikaru is still better, obviously. We have a target on e5. We have a majority on the queen side. What's the plan of action? Are we going to use...
No, it was a big success for Mishra to trade off the bishop working on the dark squares. Look at how all of these black pawns were on dark squares. The fact that Mishra managed to trade off that bishop was a huge success for him.
But we still, although the computer has now gone back to thinking this is just completely equal. Oh,
still a time advantage for Hikaru, though.
e4, probably an important pawn break.
It's unpleasant for Hikaru now because if he doesn't take this pawn, then the pawn will just continue moving into his side of the board. However, if the trade happens, now queen takes should be a fairly easy draw.
Let's see, what is Mishra gonna do? It takes with the rook.
Okay, Engine liked that better, but it means that with computer perfect play, queen takes would have been a draw, but you would have been down a pawn in a rook endgame, and considering how he's low on time, he probably wanted to avoid that. Mishra?
Which makes sense, I think, from a human perspective. We see both players push their h-pawns and Mishra taking the e-file. We need to be a little bit careful now. Rook e2. Okay, are we gonna get a repetition hammer? What do you think?
No, I think Hikaru needs to... Ooh, he can't really afford to allow the rook trade. Queen d1 maybe from Hikaru. I want to get this queen to some of these light squares, But if queen up, then the rook trade is quite good for black, who can then seek out a queen trade afterwards. So I think
Hey, he plays on, but it's this way with stepping the king to h2.
oh no, he blundered the pawn. Mishra put his queen pointing down at the white king, and Hikaru just didn't realize the threat in the position. Now Hikaru is in big trouble here. He's down a pawn for, well, no good reason, really. And not only is he down a pawn, the black pawn is advancing on the side of the board, trying to take out the defenses around the white king. Ooh, Hikaru now gets to capture in the center. Ooh, this white king is in loads of trouble right now. But
oh my
mistakes are
God.
being made on both sides. Hikaru now going for the queen trade. Queen trade not good, apparently.
Take the
Only good
wants
move
to
is
take
king
the
takes pawn, but the king approaching the opponent, not a great sign.
He missed
Hikaru
queen
made a losing move,
f3.
but he
Oh
got
my
a
God.
trick in. Hikaru now is going to make the draw, maybe. Hikaru's down a pawn. He was losing at several moments there. Yeah, it's going to be a draw. Queen c6. That's a nice play from Hikaru. He's going to give checks on the king, and the queen can never intercept without losing the pawn. What a game. That was a couple of rough moments there. Hikaru definitely had the advantage out of the opening. He had some pressure. Oh no, it's not over.
It's not over yet.
Ooh, well done by Abhimanyu getting his king over to that area of the board. I'm not sure it's super helpful though. Oh, queen c7. Hikaru couldn't take the pawn because then, oh, and no, the queen trade. It's over. Hikaru resigns. That was so impressive by Abhimanyu. He, at a point where I just assumed that Hikaru was easily going to make a draw because the queen was stuck defending these black pawns. Somehow he manages to escape with his king over to the other side of the board. And then this queen c7 move was brilliant because the pawn was not undefended, or rather, it was indirectly defended because of the checkmate threat against the king. And even here, the position was objectively a draw, but now it's super difficult for Hikaru, and he makes a mistake putting his queen and king on the same diagonal, allowing Mishra to go for the trade.
What a devastating first game. Hikaru now in a must-win situation with the black pieces.
I think, yeah, somehow this position looked super promising, but I think knight to b4 was fantastic from Mishra, and he somehow managed to trade this bishop that was normally being blocked by its own pawns. He managed to get that bishop up and trade it for the white knight, and that was a big part of how he managed to survive that pressure. But they're starting again.
Mishra is he's a tough player. I don't know if you were watching the camera in the final moments of the game. I have to say I would find it very tough to play him. Did you see the camera, the final moments?
I
Probably
saw
not,
he
right?
like very firmly was like, oh, I got you now.
With the final move, right? That was a
Yeah.
bit of a banger of a move, and then the little celebration at the board. He's very young, of course, and it's a huge win for him. But even when he sat down at the board there, he was so hype and like but okay, Hikaru, like you have to see past these things. Everyone, at the end of the day, it's a matter of it's just etiquette and maybe my personal opinion. But yeah, in the new game starting momentarily, Let's just let you guys know what happened elsewhere. Wesley So against Dominguez was a draw. Fabi against Ray Robson was a draw. And Sam Savian beat Levon Aronian. So Levon and Hikaru in must-win situations in this next game in order to stay alive. Not in the tournament, but in the winners bracket.
Hikaru could probably benefit from sticking his head in a bucket of ice right now. He still hasn't let go of that previous game. And I mean, I don't really blame him. It's very difficult to forget what happened 3 minutes ago.
What do you think he should do in this game?
Just play. I mean, I think he was outplaying Mishra in the opening there. And he also had a huge time advantage. He did everything right other than blunder that pawn on the edge of the board. And after that pawn blunder, it really just shook Hikaru. Here we are off the modern defense from Hikaru. Wants to play a very expansive double fianchetto. This is known as Tiger's Modern. So previously
and we have
today,
seen Hikaru play this before, right?
Yeah. Previously today, Hikaru played the dragon. Now he's playing the tiger.
Nicely done, Hammer. Okay, so what kind of game is this going to be? Tell us a little bit. White castling queenside, the intentions there are clear.
Yeah, no, this is just Hikaru playing something very risky, keeping his king in the center of the board, but trying to launch an attack against the white king. This is the kind of thing that either works brilliantly or goes down in flame. Not a lot of middle ground here. But to me, it looks good for Hikaru so far.
How do you, one of the things I guess we'll see is I've always find it hard how to continue the attack on the queen side here as black. So
I'm kind of nervous about Hikaru allowing
E5.
this pawn to e5 move. I'm not sure I like developing this knight.
It got a green star though.
Yeah, but that was kind of strange. Hikaru now immediately moves his other knight out of the way. I was scared about this move, attacking the knight, and if takes, it opens up for the queen and rook through the center. Would have been a disaster. Mishra instead pushes forward on the side of the board, but then Hikaru has his knight here with some pressure in towards the center potentially.
I don't think this was a real question mark move. I don't think it should worry us too much. The situation hasn't changed much. Wow, here comes c5.
Okay, Hikaru has some central influence. The question is, how is he going to deal with the pawn advances on the queen side? Not a massive concern, it seems. The rook should come in now. And so long as things are not getting traded, I feel like Hikaru's position is pretty decent.
Also, as long as we can maintain that 1 minute edge on the clock. Rook c8 looks...
Rook c8, queen c7, b4. One of these moves feels right. Hikaru always has to be a bit nervous about these pawn advances, but I don't really see them doing anything at this moment.
Queen c7.
Seems good to me. I'm looking at the computer's recommended line, which is thoroughly unimpressive on White's behalf. I have no idea why the engine is so positive.
We can very quickly show it. We have the live boards. Oh, well, it's just been played, so maybe we'll see it unfold.
Yeah, because now the engine is recommending knight f2, but then I really like bishop e5 for Hikaru. Knight f4, a much better move in my opinion. Oh, no, that's a much, much better move.
Are we just gonna get... White is gonna get a lot of trades.
So now if takes, takes, pawn forward, forks. But the problem is, even after the fork, white gets in with the rook to attack both the bishop and the knight. This is the key issue. Hikaru's trying his best. He goes for the trade in the center, castles, but this isn't what he wanted.
Okay,
Now Mishra
at
is
least
going to
he's
get
alive.
another trade.
Yeah, he is gonna get another trade. What's the word I'm looking for? I mean, both kings are now on the same side. Like the unbalance of the position is gone that we were looking for.
Yeah,
Why
and
is
in addition, there are some ideas of pawn to a4 here. Pawn to a4 has been played. If Hikaru captures this one, suddenly it's black's king that's under attack. Big problems here for Hikaru.
Yeah, with actually a4 was met with a smile by Hikaru, but a smile that said, "Oh God, this as well."
Hikaru's staying alive for the moment, but queen b4 is a very powerful shot to continue the pressure against this king. Played. Yeah, that's such a good move. Such a good move. Crisis on multiple fronts now for Hikaru. Maybe you could go rook here. Okay, there's a potential trap here. Queen up is a very tempting move for Mishra, but if the queen moves forward, then Hikaru can create a situation where you have to accept a queen trade, which means that the black king will not be in so much trouble anymore. And he does play queen a5. Okay, Hikaru's back in the game. Hikaru's back in the game.
Okay, we're back. It's not a fun one considering we have to win. Rook h4, another. I mean, Mishra is playing really, really well. How do we?
Well, we have to go after this white pawn, but the problem is he can always come in and defend. Maybe we can get the king up, but the problem is in the next two moves, white is gonna surround this h5 pawn. Hikaru tries to just get pieces over here to defend. Now bring the king, maybe?
Where is the knight from e8? Where do you want to bring that? Wait and see.
Well, it's going to g7 to protect the pawn.
What am I saying? Sorry. Yeah, so king b6. Okay, it goes to g7 immediately, and I guess now king b... Oh, no, wait. Can we go rook h7 and try and hold on?
I mean, you can. It's just a bit depressing. Oh, he just blundered the pawn in the middle. Oh, no. And he shakes his head. Oh, and the nice follow-up also from Mishra, forcing this trade, sacrificing his bishop, but only temporarily. That would also open up for the rook along the fourth rank.
This is really hard to watch.
Yeah, everything is collapsing right now. Very, very well done by Mishra in the Blitz. Did he play the World Blitz and Rapid Championship?
I don't know.
He, based on this performance, he really should have. Beating Hikaru in this style is incredibly rare.
Yeah, I think the classical games, he didn't play all that great. But in the Blitz, he's been super impressive.
Okay, Hikaru's actually making some threats now. The knight coming to c4, making... Oh, and the pawn cannot be captured because of a fork. Somehow Hikaru is still fighting. He's going for the fork on the... Oh, Hikaru has a pawn. And he blunders the fork. He blunders the fork. Hikaru is winning. We get more blitz. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Did you see the end of this game?
The
Like
camera
literally,
was unreal.
Hikaru got up before Mishra had even resigned. Oh my.
It was the classic Ivanchuk bump up celebration pre-resignation. I want to see a YouTube video with the classic Ivanchuk clip next to Hikaru's.
I can't take it anymore, Hammer.
Wow. He just kept the game going. It looked completely hopeless at this point. Hikaru was down by, it felt like 2 pawns, but it was actually only 1. And the 1 pawn he managed, he made such an effort keeping this pawn alive on the king side. And that pawn ended up actually being the deciding factor.
Unbelievable.
And here, knight to f2 isn't even that dangerous.
Yeah.
Because the reason you try to avoid this knight check is because then black can make a draw. But you don't care about whether it ends up in a draw because you're happy just going back and forth here. But Mishra's instinct in a winning position was that, okay, I need to protect this pawn so that there's no repetition. But with the knight retreating, that allowed the pawn to advance. And suddenly this pawn was super dangerous. He immediately falters, trying to eliminate the dangerous pawn. But the fork comes in to decide the game.
That fork. Oh, here's the Ivanchuk.
Okay, and here, oh, Ivanchuk did have time to get back down, it must be said, before the handshake, but that was pretty similar.
Well played, Jaren. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wesley So and Linnea Dominguez also continues after a 4th consecutive draw in their match. Fabiano Caruana is true after beating Ray Robson in game 4, and Sam Sevian is still playing. Let's go there.
Sevian needs a draw here. He's down a pawn, but all the pawns are on the same side of the board, which does massively increase the likelihood of a drawn result. Levon had a threat of checkmate there. But now the coordination in White's camp has been somewhat ruined. There's a trap. If knight takes pawn, that would be winning. Ooh, checkmate threat, another one. And now the queen and bishop are working against the f4 pawn. Levon says, I don't want to take it right now. I'll wait a move. And that seems like a good decision. Sevian loses on time.
So that match also continues to a second Blitz match. So only Fabi is done for the day. He moves on to the semifinals. Ray Robson is in the losers bracket. In the women are done for today as Alice Lee wins both Blitz games against Nazi. So she is through. We never let you guys know, but Atusa's game earlier ended in a draw. So the women's...
Sorry, Amy Bear is saying, I was about to quit the stream. What an ending.
I know.
Ending? What do you mean? We're just getting started.
Oh, Hammer, I can't. This is too much for me. I mean, this game, as big as an optimist as I am, I had actually given up on that game.
Me too.
Yeah, but you're not an optimist, so there's always a surprise.
True.
Oh, dear me. I wonder how long a break they will give the players. What do you think? Couple minutes?
No, I mean, if they didn't have any break for the previous one, why would they have a break now?
Because
Makes
it
no
was
sense.
a rematch rather than a new match.
Doesn't make sense to me.
I think probably they'll start within a couple of minutes. I'm sure even the players want to get on. What too much for Fiona? All of this. Everything is too much this entire match. I just feel like after the classical games, Hikaru really deserve. I mean, of course, we all team Hikaru here, but I feel it's losing this match would just be so, so terrible seeing how the two classical games
Yeah, he was
went.
so clearly better in the classical. So if he were to get wiped in the Blitz, that would be so depressing.
Yeah. He
But
gets black
now,
again, it looks like. So it looks like for the second Blitz match, they reverse colors, which makes
as
sense.
it says in the rules, you have not read,
That I skimmed.
skimmed, sorry.
That actually makes sense, I think, to inverse colors.
I think it's also a good thing because now Hikaru can just be solid with black and just get that last white game.
I think we've talked about this with him before, right? Which color does he prefer to play first? And I think it was black, right? That he
I find it very strange that Magnus now prefers starting with the white pieces
Hmm.
because that has always been my preference. But I feel like a lot of players have said they definitely want to have black first so
Yeah.
that they have white in case the first game is a draw to kind of push. But the main thing for me to want to have white first is just that I don't want to lose the first game. So I need the white pieces to just calm my nerves a bit.
Different different strategies, different philosophies. I think Hikaru will be okay. First of all, he'll be happy to still be. What happened? Why is chat saying no? Oh, because he left it.
Oh, Hikaru's in chat. Time to retire. That's ominous.
I don't even see it. Yeah.
It's right beneath Desmond and Kickbot.
I'm skimming the chat hammer, but I'm not seeing it.
You need to work on your skimming skills.
Okay, what do we I mean, I literally control F'd it. Oh, there it is. From that comment, do we take that he won the match or that he actually
It could
lost?
mean anything because he had such a bad day today. The fact that he didn't win the classical game, I think even if he won the Blitz, it would be something he's still thinking about. So it feels to me like that's a comment he would make even if the Blitz worked out in the end.
I think
But
he won the
we'll
match.
we'll we'll see. We'll see.
I just, you know what I think? I think if he lost the match, he wouldn't come into the freaking chat. That's my main reasoning. Okay, we have an Italian game on the board.
And Hikaru does go for an early pawn move on the side. We've often seen him follow that up with a very, very aggressive pawn advance on the king side afterwards. But here he just sticks to the solid guns, moving the bishop out early. Pawn to b4. Is this normal? I've never seen this before.
Well, we have someone who's going to be able to tell us a little bit about this as he joins us for the commentary. Hikaru, Hamis said he's never seen this before. What can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, after the first game of the first splits match, I mean, the goal is to be solid, right? That's the goal.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so like, yeah, I mean, of course, the first game was horrible. I got a huge advantage, I think, in the blitz game. I mean, I haven't looked obviously, but I think I got an advantage. And then, I mean, I should have made the draw, and I decided to lose instead. And the second game was a bit of a miracle, obviously, because I made like 3 or 4 just outright blunders, but. I think as the saying goes, someone can't always get lucky. I mean, Mishra is incredibly lucky, and at least in both classical games. I mean, I think in a normal world, I would have won both those games. To be fair, he did defend quite well, but I mean, luck has to even out at some point, right? So that's the first thing. Now, for everybody who's watching and asking me why am I here, the fact is, the games are blitz, right? So I can't remember Blitz games and do a recap without the games. So that's why I'm here. Okay.
Wait, are we now doing the Blitz recaps live?
No. What I'm saying is I'm saying that in chess.com events, the games aren't there. So even if I want to do the recap, I'm gonna have to it's gonna be very janky. Now, theoretically, I probably could do it and catch up, but I just don't care enough. I'm not trying to make the meme, but basically, like I don't care enough to try and start the recap now and then wait for the games to catch up and go from there. So
Okay, so
that's what I'm gonna say. Now, for everybody who's asking, I'm not gonna say anything more, okay? But
let's do commentary on the game then. What is your plan here? What is going on in the position?
Yeah, I mean, basically the plan is to play for d5. Like I said, after that first match, which was so topsy-turvy, you just want to be solid. That's the goal. So I just want to like be as solid as I can with black. No nonsense, no silliness. Just just make the draw. If you can. And so here I play rook d8 with the idea of playing for d5. Sorry, I'm watching the broadcast, but I guess I'll watch my Zoom screen instead. So yeah, the goal is to play for d5 here. I think maybe I should have traded on b5 first and then played d5, but I don't know if it really makes a difference, other than the resulting endgame.
So
How are you feeling around here?
People are
30
saying that I'm not upset enough. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. So like maybe you guys haven't watched enough, but I'm not happy. So
You're up 40 seconds, 45 seconds here. Do you feel good about that?
I mean the irony. I mean, there are a couple things, but first let's talk about the classical. What I realize is that basically the problem in the classical games is that I get this big time advantage, and then I use the time and try to play some perfect long clean line where there's no counterplay instead of just playing simple good moves. And then once I get low on time, I struggle to basically continue playing as though it's classical. And it's really weird to say this, of course, but like with 30-second increment, you have plenty of time to think. I mean, you're not in time pressure. But for me, it's like in this classical game, at some point, I just started playing like it was bullet, instead of using my time. And then Mishra found a couple of excellent moves to make the draw in the classical game. And it's just like, I can't seem to shift my mind. It's like as soon as I go into like this blitz mode, I forget there's a 30-second increment. I'm playing bullet and like I'm not making the best moves. And my opponents, of course, can find great moves. So like it's just really bad. I would also say though, uh, the problem is with increment, even the short increment and the blitz. Like I'm getting these situations where my instincts aren't good, and also here I've got a great position. Right, this is a great position. White has the split pawns on the C and the A file. You know, I swear I was maybe 9 years old. I remember a game I played at the Marshall Chess Club against the Grandmaster Ildar Ibragimov. I got the same structure. I had to split pawns, the C and A, and he kept improving. And I think eventually he beat me. So I mean, I'm doing great here, right? But of course, as we're about to see, there's going to be some interesting stuff, and almost a huge blunder too, which makes it even better.
interesting stuff. B5.
Yeah, I mean, of course, but of course,
crazy.
I'm up so much time here. But the thing is, like, again, I'm playing this like it's 3-0 or it's 1-0 or something, and I'm not using my time. Like, I've got a minute edge, but the problem is if I use my time and get low, then I'm just going to blunder like I've done in just about every game for the last 3 months. So it's a very double-edged sword. Very double-edged sword. Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are going to see the screen. You're going to see me like make this very near huge blunder in a second.
Knight c6. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, knight c4 would be a blunder, but you're gonna see just how bad my brain is these days in a second.
Ooh, now there's some potential of the rook coming over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
Going for the repetition. You did say you were happy with the draw at the start of the game, but considering
I
the
mean,
pawn formation,
I'm gonna spoil because this will end soon. But watch this moment here, okay? Just watch this moment. Just watch the board. Watch the move that I nearly play here. I mean, this just shows how like my brain just doesn't function correctly.
oh my god, did you almost play knight b8?
Just watch. Just watch. Just watch. I use my time here. I should be in the zone thinking, and then I decide I'm going to make the draw, and let's see what happens.
Maybe knight d8, trying to get to the e6 square.
I'm using all my time here. Yeah.
Knight a5.
Yeah. I mean,
But
exactly. I mean, I very nearly played knight a5 and decided I'm going to lose the game. Like, I mean, my brain just doesn't function anymore. My brain just literally doesn't work.
it's not the clearest losing move I've ever seen. What was the biggest problem with
Well,
it?
knight a5, he goes rook e8, rook e7. I mean, maybe it's still a draw according to a computer, but like, I mean, I probably lose this position.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is just a garbage game.
And
Yeah, I mean,
now
it's so bad.
we get to game 4. You'll be playing with the white pieces. Usually Hammer and I do
Yeah,
a
I
little bit
mean,
of guessing for what's gonna be the first move.
I'm just gonna tell you this. This game is probably the worst game out of all the games that I've played here. Let's leave it at that.
This one that's
Okay.
coming.
This one that's coming up. Yes,
Oh,
this is
God.
easily the worst game I played here. Easily the worst game. Not even close. Not even close. Not even
What is,
close.
which game is second?
I mean, yesterday's game would be second because I mean I should have played rook b8, rook h8, but even d5. Like I also, you know, one thing that I think as I get a little bit older that's very tricky is for whatever reason when I mess up these games, they actually stay in my head a lot longer now. So like last night, I mean I slept terribly. I slept horribly, and like most of the night I was just thinking about d5. In the old days I could just go to sleep and whatever, but now like I was just like I spent the whole night thinking about it. It was even in my dreams. So yeah, really bad stuff. For sure. So that's that. I'm not gonna spoil it, you guys. But this game is gonna be really bad.
I'm really curious. I mean, how bad can it be? Hammer, what is your
Okay,
prediction?
I mean, okay,
First move.
I'll give you guys a very slight spoiler. Okay, slight spoiler. Okay, I'm not gonna tell you the result of the game, but I am gonna tell you this. I got a position that is probably +5 or +6 in this game. And that's all I'm going to say about it, okay?
You're not
I
looking
mean
too
that
happy.
that
I mean, I'm just telling you that that's going to happen in this game, and then we'll go from there. Okay, that's all you get.
probably good news, I'm gonna say. Because even if
I
you're
mean,
very unhappy with the game,
if it's before December 2024, probably that's true. After December 2024, I'm not so sure. But on the other hand, you can see some other players also have no ability to convert their games, like Fabiano, who, I mean, yesterday was insane. Today also was insane. I mean, so apparently people don't know how to play chess anymore and win winning positions. So all right, let's go with the game. Okay, here we go.
so
We're off
far
to the
same
races. Yeah.
opening that in the first Blitz game where Hikaru did get an advantage. Hikaru changes his move, even though c4 kind of worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, I get a winning position every game. That doesn't mean anything because I can't convert a game to save my life. So, yeah, okay, so I play as Rook D1. Of course, everybody remembers I had this like 30 or 40 game unbeaten streak in Gibraltar in like 20, and then in 2019, I think it was Vladisław Artemiev played something very similar to this against me, and he just cooked me hard. So I felt like playing like Artemiev. And that's why I played as Rook D1 in this position.
Once again, Abimanyu gets way lower on time. This is the fourth Blitz game running that he's down a minute out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, it's all nice and fine if I can actually keep my nerves together, but the problem is I don't do a good job of it anymore. And like that's ironically why, you know, my career, I've been thinking about my career a lot in recent times, just very reflective. And it's kind of ironic that my career, I started playing with no increment. Like in the old days in the 90s, you play with these analog clocks, none of this new age hippie technology to ruin the world. And so like you play with analog clocks, there's no increment. Half the time you don't even know how much time you have on the clock. And it's kind of funny that as my career heads towards its conclusion, I think I'm much better without increment than with increment. So it's like full circle in a way. Because like I get these big advantages, and I mean, if this were 3-0, I win every game in this match easily. Like this is easily a 4-0 wipeout if this is no increment. But again, people use their increment very well, and I'm just not. I don't handle the time great.
Well, here so far so good. You have 40 seconds on the
Yeah,
clock.
as usual, I'm up on time. It should be very good. Should move fast. Should win the game. Yeah, of course I
Normal way
take.
of playing this is to advance the kingside pawns very aggressively, but first Hikaru tries to prevent some counterplay on the
Yeah,
other
I mean,
side.
of course, everybody remembers there was a position very similar to this in the Casablanca chess event in Africa last year as well, where Magus and I mean, there was a position that was set, and Magus and I went for this exact idea to attack on the king side. So, yeah. G4, of course. Yeah, see, if this is a 3-0 game, I'm already well on my way to victory because, like, I'm just rolling on the clock here. But it's not that simple.
I guess Abimanyu is going to try to facilitate this pawn advance on the queen side. And then the question is, what is Hikaru going to do in the meantime on the opposite flank?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'm going for knight f3 here. Yeah, e5 is a good move here, by the way. E5, I think, is a good move that wasn't played in this position. I was kind of worried about e5.
Really opens up towards the white king.
Yeah.
Are we feeling happy here with the white pieces?
I mean,
guess so.
I think in general I'm happy here because I'm going to get knight f3 and h4. At least I have some flow in the position. But like that's like the extent of it. But don't worry. I mean, this game's going to get much worse. It's going to get much worse.
Knight f3 is a big threat over here on the queen and rook. F6 being recommended, but that is massively weakening around the black king.
Yeah, I mean, he plays it, of course. It's a good move.
Do you agree that Mishra upped his level a lot in the Blitz portion of the match?
I mean, it's hard to judge. Obviously, I was playing a lot of like kind of I don't know if dubious is the right word, but I wasn't playing mainline theory. So there's some argument to be said that because of that, it's a lot easier to just play. I think that probably overall, I mean, I think I underestimated him in Blitz a little bit. I mean, I do know that he has that random account on chess.com where he's hiding under an IM title, even though he's a GM. But nonetheless, I have I kind of I think I underestimated him quite a bit. And that's why in these final two Blitz games, I was very I was definitely much more focused in a way. Like this game, you can tell like I'm trying to be much more serious about it. But I mean, again, this is still going to get very bad. I mean, I think, for me, though, like he plays rook d6, right? Huge blunder, of course.
Really liking, well, even before the blunder, I thought your position is quite good.
Yeah, of course. Don't worry. I'm going to take on f6 because, like, normally I should be a good player. So I take, and now let's get ready for the clown fiesta. Don't worry, also, it's coming very soon, you guys.
No way for the black king to hide in the corner with this bishop pointing towards it. So the king is probably going to have to move into the center.
Yeah, no worries. It goes king f8, of course. I mean, the one thing I will say, he did defend very well, like especially in the classical games. Like the second game today, like he was down to seconds. He was down to 30 seconds for less on every move, and he found some very, very good, very, very good moves. So I do give him a lot of credit on that front. Yeah, so we get rook d7, of course. Yeah, of course. Oh, knight e4 is winning here? Really?
Engine likes moving the knight into f6.
I thought about this, but I didn't play it. Huh.
Pawn push in the center gets a question mark, but the best line that was being recommended was for Abimanyu to give up a rook for a knight.
True. Okay. But don't worry, this gets better.
Yeah. Hikaru sacrifices a pawn through the center. If that pawn
look at this position. I have a minute and a half against 6 seconds. I'm winning on the clock, and I'm winning on the board.
Bishop is trapped.
Sure, but I mean, look at this position. I have a minute and a half against 6 seconds here. Like, yeah, it's just I'm almost grossed out trying to watch this. I mean, really, I'm just grossed out.
I still think Hikaru won for what it's worth, the audience.
I think so too, but I wonder how. I mean, maybe
what is this?
Maybe we're gonna go
Queen
to Armageddon. Who freaking knows?
Queen G2,
right?
Queen G2, of course, Queen G2.
No, but also knight d5 is even good.
I mean, I
have no
considered
idea what that
95. I
does.
considered 95 too, of course. I didn't play that, obviously. Obviously, I didn't do that. Like,
No, but trading when you're up a piece makes some sense, no?
yeah, but I mean, it's tricky because the bishop on A1 is kind of out of the game. And it's like it's not an active bishop.
Yeah, true. Do we try and no, we can't really do that. He did succeed in blockade the position pretty well.
Yeah.
Maybe rook d6 at some point, just to get the knight to e5.
Don't worry, this
I'm,
gets
I'm,
better.
I'm,
This gets better.
I'm very curious what's gonna happen based on what you've been telling us.
I mean, Mishra has no time at all as well.
Oh, I could just take. I'm such an idiot. This just gets worse and worse.
He gets double exclam.
No, but I can just play Queen C4 and I'm winning here. What the heck? Oh my gosh, so bad. I can just take and go King G2. What's wrong with me?
C4 check, king up. Oh gosh. Now these pawns are looking kind of dangerous.
Yeah, now he blunders and I win the game. I like such garbage, such garbage.
Sacrificing the bishop, the two pawns, you cannot keep both of them at bay. One diverts the king and the other becomes the queen. And Hikaru wins the match.
And there's the handshake. Hikaru is through to the semifinals. Oh my god.
Yeah, but I'm not happy. Like I mean, you guys let me like put on a big smile, right? I'm not happy. Like this is just terrible.
You don't have to smile, Hikaru. We'll do that for you. And I think it's very clear that the classical portion and also the blitz portion, this match was a lot closer than it should have been.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically like it's almost a mirror of the match I played against Sindarov in freestyle. Almost exactly a mirror. I mean, okay, the blitz was a little bit different, but I mean, from the standpoint that was I guess no, actually no. The second game against Sindarov, he defended very well in classical. I forgot when I had the two bishops, but basically it's very reminiscent where like I was really pressing hard in the slow games, and then I didn't win in at least one of them, which I should have won. And the same thing happened here. And then I mean, of course, I got the miracle in the blitz. I mean, to that second blitz game, which I should have lost. I was completely cooked. But you know, like I said, at some point, like the luck has to even out. I mean, if you're winning every game, I mean, it's only fair that at some point your opponent doesn't get lucky. So
Hikaru,
yeah,
do you
like
know who you're playing tomorrow?
I don't know
Actually,
who I'm playing. I have no idea.
okay, because Dominguez and Wesley so are about to play an Armageddon game. I don't know if you want to stick around for that.
No, I have my game, so I'm going to go do my recap before I get even
Okay.
more annoyed. And I don't mean that like people are saying like Oscar whatever. Like I said it in Germany, I've said it after yesterday too. It's the same thing. Like there are types of positions which are messy and complex where you're winning, and there are positions where you're just winning, and it should be technical by the book, and you should win them every single time. And it seems like every game I'm messing up the ones that I should win that should be by the book. So like I'm not happy. I'm not happy with my play. And I would also say the fact that I'm winning and it's bringing me no joy is also like I don't want to say that certain word, but it also puts that other thought back into my mind a lot. For sure, because it's just like if I'm playing and I'm not enjoying it, then what am I even doing? So yeah, there you guys go. That's my 2 seconds. Yeah.
Well, Hikaru, I think we both understand that you're not happy with the way things went, but you are through to the semifinals. So thank you for stopping by. This was an interesting, definitely a fun experience, and best of luck for
Yeah, I
tomorrow.
mean it's good content since I won, but like yeah, I guess I play Wesley or Lenier.
Yeah, the winner there.
Yeah, no, I mean it's yeah, I don't know. I mean, right now I just want to do my recap, get out and get out and enjoy some fresh air and just like not even think about chess because it's like I swear in the last like 3 months I've seen stuff that I really never thought I would see, at least in my own games. And I've seen it a lot in my games. So yeah. Yeah, it's what it is. So I'm gonna go do my recap. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I don't know what happened to the Armageddon game and everything, but yeah, it's just life.
Well, we're going to be following it here, so people don't go anywhere. We will be watching that. Hikaru, thank you very much. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. And yeah, of course, I'll do the recap and I'll see everybody tomorrow. So hope you guys enjoyed and have a good one. Bye.
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 And I think that's what Hikaru's upset about
We're
mostly.
muted
That
right now. I don't know what's going on. Jaren, you're you're seeing this, yeah? Oh, we're back. Jaren did see it and he worked his magic. You guys can hear us again. Hammer, give us the short replay of what you were saying.
well, I was saying controversial things, so unfortunately you all missed it. And here's the Armageddon. Wesley with the black pieces, which is what he likes. This match has been 6 draws so far, with a lot of them being incredibly boring. It's basically been an Armageddon fest from the get-go. Why are we not protecting this pawn? Is that a sacrifice from Dominguez? And what is going on with the time?
Well, he
Dominguez has
started with an
so much
extra
time.
minute, but he
Yeah,
started.
but now he has a minute and a half.
Fair enough. It looks like huge prep from Dominguez, actually, no?
Yeah, no, it looks like big prep. Now knight to c4, maybe trying to go with a pawn sacrifice to shut in the bishop. No, he tries to open up here, so he wants to bring the rook in to disrupt the bishop. This bishop pointing down against the white king can be problematic at times. So you definitely want to have some influence in here to disrupt. Wow, that's a brave move. The queen leaves the defense of white's own king. Oh, but Wesley just goes back on defense. So I'm expecting a5, d4, queen c4, these moves in some order.
Kind of like a5. It is very weird, actually. I saw someone in chat comment about the Armageddon with increment being very weird. It is extremely unusual, right? I think maybe the first time it's ever been used.
Yeah, but then on the other hand, if that time control results in Wesley So, the draw master himself, losing with the black pieces, then you can't really say it's disastrously good for black.
That's true.
It does feel as though Dominguez had some really nice prep here, though. And Wesley's rook that was very aggressively placed has now been played completely back into defense. And Dominguez has played 2 of the moves I said he should make. The third one is pawn to d4. But he prioritizes trying to get the rook in to put pressure on this bishop.
And Wesley strikes first in the center with d5.
Calling it a strike is a bit much.
I
That
struck
pawn
the
is going to
queen.
be that pawn is going to be a major weakness. Now pawn to d4 seems like a good move.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn to d4, bishop d6. No
Maybe
clear knockout blow. Maybe just
rook
rook
b7
e1.
as well, or
Rook b7 doesn't really do
a7.
anything, in my opinion. No, I think d4 and then rook e1.
And it was the top move, and the move played by Lenier. Rook e1 makes a lot of sense, right? To increase the pressure on e5.
And then knight g6 to improve the defense of that pawn is quite obvious. Somehow Wesley is still hanging on.
But he's under a lot of pressure and he's down a minute. I mean, at the end of the day now, it's just a normal Blitz game where black has draw.
And we did see Hikaru have 1 minute more on the clock in several instances. Queen here makes a lot of sense for Dominguez, but it was in fact a big, big mistake as Wesley brings his knight back into defense, defending the pawn in the center, attacking the queen. But crucially, what has happened here compared to moving the queen in 2 moves prior is that white has voluntarily undoubled the black pawns in the center, which means now if the queen moves back, the black pawn can progress in the center. And suddenly it seems like Wesley So is going to be Hikaru's opponent tomorrow.
Do you think Hikaru has a preference?
I mean, I have a preference. Does that count? Wesley is very often a very safe player. For entertainment value, I would much prefer Dominguez.
I feel like Hikaru and Wesley have played, well, all of the players in this tournament have played each other a lot, but I feel like Hikaru has played Wesley so much that maybe his preference would also be with Linear.
I think also the draw rate between Hikaru and Wesley is exceptionally high. They really struggle trying to outfox the other.
So, okay, but this is not over yet. Computer really wants c4.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to understand that white is so much better that like the computer suggests. It feels pretty equal. Both players down to less than 20 seconds on the clock. Everything just going to be decided by who makes a blunder here. Ooh, trade in the center. So this is a classic example of 2 pawns being restricted by the 1. If we were to go into a pawn endgame now, white would probably win. Oh, Linear sacrifices the pawn. He didn't really need to do that. The queen could have defended that.
I mean, this can't be the way with the queens off the board now as well.
The knight comes in, attacks the pawn. The knight is going to place itself. Yeah, no, this was not it. I don't know what was it, but this was not it.
Oh, we get from Wandering Bishop some stats in the chat. Wesley So beat Hikaru Nakamura 7-5 with 27 draws, including rapid and exhibition games. Hikaru beats Wesley 29-24 with 92 draws.
Okay, the draw rate was lower than I thought it was.
It means hammer.
Oh, double question mark. Oh, Linear has somehow managed to look at this. The engine was massively in Wesley's favor, and he only needed to make a draw. But Wesley just pushed the pawn. The pawn got surrounded. And now suddenly Wesley is down a pawn in this endgame.
What is going on in this tournament?
Both players just playing on their increments. And Wesley blunders the rook. And Wesley resigns.
What the hell?
Wesley So had a winning position with the black pieces in Armageddon and still ended up losing. I thought I had seen everything.
When you started yelling, Hammer, I was just in my mind, you know, I always get amused by the little things in life. And I was just thinking, oh, if they made 27 classical draws and 92 other draws, that's, oh no, that's not even right because those were included. Because I was thinking tomorrow, draw number 100. But that's just wrong. Okay, we see the tree. Sorry, Jevin, you can bring it back. I'm done with my crazy ramblings. We see the tree here, which hasn't been updated yet with just the Armageddon, huh?
I'm not sure we ever covered that Levon actually managed, after losing the first Blitz game, he went on to win 3 in a row and win the
Yeah,
match.
incredible. What a comeback.
And also winning using only 2 Blitz games, Fabiano Caruana, he's going to face off with the Levon, and Hikaru gets Dominguez, who has won the Armageddon.
That's gonna be an interesting matchup. I'm looking forward to that. So tomorrow, Hikaru against Linier. We also have some stats already for that. So Hikaru Nakamura beat Linier 2-1 with 14 draws in classical, and including rapid and exhibition games, Hikaru beats Linier 16-6 with 25 draws. So
I have a question. Since you're more Central European than me, and more language knowledge, because you repeatedly pronounce Lanier's name with a bit of a French thing, but he's from
have I or should I?
Well, he's from Cuba, where they speak Spanish, right?
Yeah.
So, but Lanier, I agree that it has something French about it.
Yeah. So you want me to say it more Frenchly?
Well, I
Linier.
know. I'm wondering if you're correct in doing it with a French.
Oh, how do you
thing.
want to pronounce it?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't speak Spanish, but I maybe with more of a Spanish twist.
Linier. Was that better?
I have no idea. I don't
I just
speak
said
Spanish.
Linier. Linier.
Once again, my lack of language
bit more
knowledge is the
hectic,
problem here.
I can't roll the R, but I'm not sure if that R is rolled. Linier. I can't roll the R. I don't know what you Hammer. It's past midnight. I don't know what you want from me at this point. Hammer wants to finish me. Ole. Vamos,
Oh,
amar.
in Spanish, they would pronounce both I's, they're saying. So maybe linear?
And then
No,
roll
that
the
sounds
R.
weird.
And then don't forget to roll the
Well,
R.
I cannot do that.
Senor Hammer. It's not hammer time anymore. It's bedtime.
It certainly is.
Today was an eventful day. Hikaru is true to the semifinals, where he will be playing Dominguez tomorrow. Hammer, you have remarked about how I often call the players by their first names. Tomorrow, let me assure you, Mr. Dominguez.
We'll stick to Dominguez.
Stick to Dominguez. Yeah, that's all I have for today. It was really an insane day. Do watch out for Hikaru's recap. That will probably be out fairly soon. And yeah, Hammer and I bid you all a good night. We will see you tomorrow. Same place, same time. See you then.
Good night.